ra go amogela wena molebeledi ba rona mmegi online nna ke bidiwa ga ba thusi re kopana jaana gompieko e le gore re tabo re lebeletse kabo ya madi 2025-2026 e re Ndaba Gaolathe yo le motho tautona e bile le tona ya tsa madi go sologetseng tse dintsintsi mo go ene mme ga ke nosi mo studio gompieno moeng wa me ke tlo go fa sebaka sa gore a di ipolelle era
ke a lebogarre ga ba thusi ke go dumedisa le babogedi ba go ko gae ke bidiwa Tsaone Raboloko ke Chief Financial Officer ko Bank Gaborone ke ka ikaja le gore I am an accountant and very passionate about the future of this country ke a lebogarre ga ba thusi
mme ko re lebe o to re lebise ha gore jaaka re lebeletse gore re Ndaba o tewa a tolola lenane la gago la 2025-26 budget ya ntha e tebeng e presentiwa ke goromento yo mosha wa umbrella for democratic change motho na ka go botsa dipotso go ya ka tshekatsheko ya gago gone mme re solele
boammaaruri ke gore re Gaolathe o tisa a budget during a very challenging time. Ditema ga di rekisiwe le thokola ditiro le gaketse re ntse re bona mo malatsing a heta di temporary teachers ba dule ba ngongorega re itse jalo gore le mo dipateleng gona mathata bo dipilisi re itse jalo gore our education system lone dilo dintsi di sa tsamaye sentle so it's a very difficult challenging time to be delivering a budget ke solohelang mo budgeteng re setse re bone jalo gore go setse go kailwe gore go tana le deficit go ya pele ke solohela le gore re Gaolathe a re bolelle gore wa go dira jang ka deficit eo ke solohela gore a re bolelle gore ba go dira jang ka bothata journal le jone ja go sa rekisiwa ga ditemane mme ebile gape ke solohela gore a re itsitse gore ba go dira jang go ka bakanya itsholelo go ya pele ke tsone di solohelo tsa metseo jaaka re le re tato ga rutwa yone budget speech
pele ga nka tsena mo potsong ya me ya bobedi gongwe me ke latisetse nngwe ya dintlha tse no di bua ya theko ya ditemane a mme ke tholontšha gore e be re nna le seemo se se ntseng jaana sa theko e kota sa ditemane
ga se la ntha go diragala re gakologelwa jalo gore ka dingwaga tsele tsa bo 2020-2021 nako ya segajaja sa COVID-19 we had a similar thing ditemane di sa rekisiwe re ka go gogelwa gape le ka nako ya global recession bo 2015 re itse jalo gore ka tsele e tshwanang ditemane di ne di sa rekwe so ga se tholontšha
mme kana mo dingwageng di ntse di heta-hetana re ntse re utwa mo pusong e ne heta go ntse go buiwa ka economic diversification go le ka go tila reliance on a single powerful commodity like in our case le ditemane gongwe a ga se nako ya gore gongwe gompieko re lebelele metswedi ye mengwe ya itsholelo go leka gore itsholelo rona e kgone e itshetele se ka rana le dikgang di tshwanang tsone tsa deficit ya ka go supa gore re otana le tlhaelo ya madi
very true re ga ba thusi go ka bakanya itsholelo kana diversifying the economy it's I think it's a matter of a crisis now dingwaga tse di hitleng jaaka re setse re bone ka ditemane di re bontshitse gore ga go sustainable gore re ikaegela ka ditemane mme nna le wena le batswana ko lapeng re a dumalana gore go na le ditšhono di-opportunities tse di ka dirisiwang re itse jalo gore besides ditemane go na le copper go na le magala go na le other areas still within mining tse e leng gore itsholelo e ka diversifyiwa too go heta ho re itse jalo le ka agriculture re aga re bua ka dikgomo gore re na le tshono ya go ka rekisana madi dikgomo go dira dithoto tsa matalo and other leather goods tourism as well and many other sectors say they provide an opportunity for us to diversify our economy and stop this reliance that we have on diamonds
motho na ka botsa gape gongwe re buisene yo re lebeletseng gone mme deficit go tswae
All right, how a akanya ka deficit ha o lebella madi gongwe le mo go wena mo botshelong ja gago o na le se e leng gore ke letseno la gago e be nna e le se e leng gore ke ditshenyegelo tsa gago ha e leng gore o dirisa madi a gago teng ha re bua ka deficit re raya jalo gore goromente o na le madi a e leng gore a tsena mme madi a e leng gore a tsena a hetwa ke madi a e leng gore goromente wa a dirisa ha re lebella gore madi a tsena mo go goromente a tswa ka ya tswa mo diteemaneng a tswa mo lekgethong la bo value added a tswa mo ko SACU revenues go bo go nna le ko e leng gore goromente o dirisa madi teng o duela babereki ba gagwe o isa ditamelo ko dipateleng ko dikolong re iphitlhela re le mo seemong se e leng gore goromente madi a dirisang a heta madi a e leng gore a tsena re bo re nna le sone seo se e leng gore re ka ka jalo gore ke deficit
ke ane go raya eng ka gore mo budget speech tshikologo eno re swetse gore re Ndaba wa go declare deficit ya about 18 billion mme ebile le mo ngwageng o latelang o go a go nna le ya about 11 billion se gongwe gore se raya eng mo itsholelong e se supagala e kgwetlha.
All right, so how lebelela deficit mme ebile we thalosa ka botalo gore re soletse 18 billion ngwaga o ngwaga o tangetana 11 billion go rae goromente o tla tlhoka gore a tseye ditshwetso tsa gore o rurihatsa gore o tisa madi a mantsi go a pele go hokotsa deficit eo which is the one side on the income side kana goromente can decide gore ke ta hokotsa madi a e leng gore ke a dirisa ke hokotsa se e leng gore ngo ke se dirisa ko dipateleng ke hokotsa se ke se dirisang ko sesoleng go leka gore a hitelle mo seemong se e leng gore expenditure e lekana le income ya rona go lebella gore nna ke le Motswana go gae go raeng mo go nna ke akanyetse ga ke thomamisi ke akanya gore ngwe re ka ipitela gore mo seemong se e leng gore re Gaolathe le goromente ba ka reng ya dilo dingwe kitse tse e leng gore ne re seng ka o di dira gongwe le ditsela gongwe le dipatela gongwe le dikolo re ta senka gore re go di dira ko pele kana defer them until we get to a point e leng gore our budget is balanced ha we lebella gape bothata jo botona ke gore ha o lebella income kana madi a tang re ka re letseno ke seo se sologetseng o soloela gore diteemane di ta rekisiwa o soloela gore SACU ta bona madi kana VAT madi a tata mme ha o lebelela your expenditure unfortunately it's almost confirmed ha o tsaya di-salary tsa babereki ba theogetse o ba hirile o thoka go ba duela ha o lebelela melemo ko dipateleng o thoka go e reka so the cost or the expenditure is almost certain but the uncertainties on the income side and it may be going forward that if the deficit persists goromente o tla tshwanela ke gore a tseye ditshwetso tse di thata gore a rurihatse gore ga a phuthamise itsholelo ga a phuthamise le lehatshe
re ntse re bua ka deficit go na le dipego tse dingwe tse ntseng re di bona mo metsweding ya dikgang ba IMF ba gakolola gore goromente wa Botswana o hirile o dira puso jo bontsi o tshwanetse gore a ba hokotse gore a itekanya morwalo ga ke tsere wena o ka tshwela gore moganyeng
very very difficult position ke akanya gore nna ke le no se ke lebelela ke a re unemployment mo Botswana e go 27% hela ha goromente a hokotsa babereki o oketsa the unemployment rate mo nteng ye nngwe gape ha goromente a hokotsa babereki o toka gore a pote ka kwa a simolle go ba thokomela a kere ga babereki mo ta toka yaanong gore a oketse di-social grant di-social welfare benefit tse e leng gore o di ha batho mme boammaaruri ke gore there are opportunities go na le ditsela tse e leng gore goromente o ka di dira gongwe re bua ka bo di-efficiency tsa gore go kgobokangwe kana go collectiwe makgetho go collectiwe dilo tsa go tshwana le bo di-speeding ticket or speeding fines di levy tsa ko di-counseling go na le ko e leng gore goromente gongwe pele ga a lebelela go hokotsa batho mo ditirong o tla tlhoka gore a lebelele metswedi e leng gore o ka bona madi ka yone pele ga a tsena ko seemong seo mme hela ga o e lebelela o lebelela dipalopalo o lebelela madi a goromente a dirisang go duela babereki o bona an opportunity gore mme kana nka hokotsa ba le 5,000 ke ka kgona gore ke save bokana ke hokotsa expenditure ka bokana ke bo ke tswala budget deficit
le kana la BRS ke raka jaanong ke lengwe la makalana kono a collection of taxes motho ka botsa gape gore gongwe ka tebo ya gago ya matho ga o le tlhasele o le ka go bontsha yo go ga se tshwantsho sa ditiragalo gone mme BRS a o ka re dira go lekane gore makgetho batho ba se ka ba evada makgetho a rileng a ka tisang letseno mo letloleng la puso
ke ta go ha karabo ke le ke bereka mo bankeng ke itse gore ha o sa duele pay as you earn o tsere lekgetho mo babereking o bo sa le duele BRS e tlo go leletsa ke itse gore ha ile gore ga o duele corporate income tax ya gago ka tsela e tshwana
a rena mere tshwenyana okay ne ke re ona a re kaela moretsi gore gona le yo mongwe yo tshwantseng go tsana mo line mme o kwara mo tsweletse mo tlhenyeng
ha o lebella bo corporate income tax ka tsela e tshwanang ke makgetho a ileng gore ba sala morago mme ebile le ha o lebella mo dingwageng tse di ntseng di heta o bona jalo gore madi a ileng gore BRS ntse ya collecta mo setšhabeng ngwaga le ngwaga a ntse a golela pele tax revenues are increasing on an annual basis mme ebile gape re itse jalo gore go na le dipuo kana ba supile jalo gore ba ta improve ka ha ba collectang VAT ka teng go rurihatsa gore go apele ba tswella go collecta a bit more mo lekgethong
mme ga re lebeletse mothala wo wa deficit ga o tsogana financial year 2017-2018 motho o ka ipotsa gore tota mme matsapa di a tsaya kae or what does this really show or indicate? Should we be worried?
Yes, we should be worried. You can't operate in a budget deficit forever. Kana ha we lebella we seka deficit de e toka gore kana phata yeo e toka o kabiwa ka sengwe e kabiwa gongwe ka go adima madi gongwe ka go reisa di bond mo marketeng gore deficit yeo e hokotsege. So yes, there is a reason to be concerned. What is causing it? We just haven't been as efficient as we should have been in the past in terms of using some of our government resources. Ke sone se re iphithelang re le mo seemong se. Mme ebile gape se se diragetseng ke gore re bone le lone letseno le ntse le hokotsega. A ke re jaaka re setse re tlhalositse letseno le kgona gore le hokotsege ka gore it's uncertain. Mme o iphithela le gore wena mo go tse leng gore o dirisa madi mo go tsone tsa botsogo dituelo tsa babereki tseo it's certain.
O no bile ka metswedi e mengwe e ka imollang tsa meepo agriculture gongwe re atolose le ha o ka simolla ka yona agriculture e ka dira eng kontegane o bua ka matalo agriculture is wide gore go ka dirwa eng mo go yone gore re oketse metswedi re dire ditiro re tsenye letseno mo lehatsheng. What else can we do as a country?
Yeah, so agriculture ya ka re tlhalosa by its very nature it's labor intensive. Hela ha ele gore re motho o lema merogo o ta ba tlhoka go hira gongwe batho ba le 10 depending mo goreng o lema ka bokete jo bokae mme go heta hela gore re leme kana re rue dikgomo re tshwanetse re akanye ka di downstream industries gore re lema ditamati ha re sena o di lema ara o di processa kwa Afrika Borwa.
That's a second. Relwanika. Allo Lwanika?
Gabathusi ke a go.
Relwanika.
Gabathusi dumela ke a go.
Re le ka go amogela moka rona yo yo ka o signing ko gore a re neele dipego mo kana mo tsweletse ka ntse re le ka go motsa
go kabakanya itsolelo jaaka re setse re buile o tshwanetse gore o lebelele dilo tsa bo food processing re lema ditamati ha re sena go di lema re dira yang a re di rekisela ko marekisetsong kana re lebelela the downstream industries di-factory tse e leng gore di ka processa tsa hokotsa le yone our import bill ya dijo re setse re buile ka bo di-factory tsa matalo jalo gore re bolaya dikgomo ra di rekisa na re mme gone go a re na le opportunity ya gore re dirise letalo re dire dithako re di rekise gona le gore re bone le gore diaparo le tsone we are constantly importing everything that we are using as a people. So there are opportunities within the agriculture space that go beyond just go lema kana go rua that go even as far as go processa se leng gore ra se lema kana re se ruile
a lebelele lephata la tourism gore for the longest time re ntse re le bona le provider an opportunity for growth a mme re dira go lekanye mo go lone gore re atolose letseno le nneteng
yeah so re ipitela ha re lebella tourism mo Botswana ba ba dirileng ditshekatsheko ba ka jalo gore yes we see tourists coming to the country mme go lebega ile gore madi ote a bonwa mo tourism ga hele mo Botswana di trip tse di bukiwa kwa ntle ga Botswana maybe lota itela ile gore le ba bangwe the operators mo tourism their bank accounts are not even in the country so there is definitely an opportunity to say do I get more revenue by making sure that the booking is done locally jalo ke ta khona go bona VAT jalo ke ta khona go bona lone corporate income tax e be le gore eventually se leng gore government wa se bona out of the sector sa tokahala re itse jalo gore le mo ngwageng o hitile Masarame ha budget speech o buile yalo ka that my strategy meetings incentives conferences and events that was also a good opportunity re itse jalo gore batho ha ba ta mo Botswana go lebega ile gore ba rata se leng gore ba se bona ba itumella go nna ha ba bona jalo gore gongwe le borukuti bo kwa tase Leone, it remains an opportunity for us for gore renale such a conference in the country. Are we able to link it with a tourism package, get people to travel or visit our country, just as a way of us making more out of tourism.
Motona ka go botsa gongwe sabe sa the informal sector.
Yes.
Because ha batho ba baletswe ke tala thoko ditiro ba nna mo kgatlheng motho ka botsa gore gone mme informal sector sabe sa yone ke mo itsholelong ya rona.
So how lebella GDP ya Botswana gatwe informal sector e contribute about 3% to GDP. How ya onso ya ko mahatsheng a mangwe ya ko bo Afrika Borwa ibile thata ha o tsenela ko teng ga Afrika ko bo Kenya kwa ko bo Uganda informal sector contributes even more to total GDP. There is definitely an opportunity for us here where our informal sector should contribute more. Re itse jalo gore mo ngwageng o hitileng go ne ga ta chema maikaelelo ele gore go enhance where informal sector go thusiwe batho ba eleng gore ba operate in that sector. So definitely I would expect more. We need to support these operators more. Oba supporta yang. Oba supporta ka go ba baakanyetsa ha eleng gore ba berekela teng. Oba supporta ka go thohatsa gore ba bone di permit tsa go operata. Oba supporta gongwe ka go rurehatsa gore ba na le metsi ba na le motakase ba babalesegile. So I think for me that's a big area eleng gore ka khona gore batho ba khone go iphira maybe le khone go hira le one or two more people through the informal sector.
Pele ga ke tsena mo potsong ya nngwe ke bata ke gore ke lemoga ga lehatshe la rona gompie ko batho ba ntse ka menwana ba sologetse gongwe go heta se this budget can offer them batho ba sologetse gore bagodi ba bone letseno le le oketsegileng bana ba dikwele ba bone letseno le le oketsegileng ba ipelegeng le bone ba bone letseno le le rileng a mme motho gape na ka botsa potso o tla dira batho ka bobedi gore gone mme re Ndaba Gaolathe e le tona le ba berekang le bone ga ba ira budget wa akanya gore what was in their minds really under the current circumstances.
All right, so it's a very, very challenging time to be doing a budget.
Yes.
For Gaolathe and his team. What was at the back of his mind? Ke akanya gore o tshwantse ra bana kgaogantse budget e gabedi. A lebelle gore ke eng se se siametse lehatshe. Take a leadership role gore as finance minister, do I do what is right for the country? Or on the other side, do I do what the people want? What's right for the country? The deficit is not right for the country. Unemployment is not right for the country. Health system and education system that are on their knees are not right for the country. He needs to prioritize these. He needs to fix this. But at the top of his mind as well, he will also remember gore ga ke sure ga ke thomamise gore a medite madi di tatswa mo seemong se se le mo go tsone jaaka go tlwe gongwe we will start seeing diamond sales in the later quarter of 2025. So that will be at the top of his mind. On the other side, he needs to remember the promises that he has made to the country.
Through their manifesto.
Ba hentse di topo ba solohetse batho gore pension e ta nna bokana, minimum wage e ta nna bokana. Me at the end o ta toka gore a tlhalosetse batswana gore nya mme re ka kgona ha re kopa gore le re he nakonyana re ba akanyegale a re boneng gore ditemane di dira jang mme mo nakong e tang re ta oketsa jana. He needs to be candid with us. He needs to be candid and also be a leader. I'd say because eventually you could collapse the economy or you could collapse the country. Your expenditure without necessarily taking a close look on the income side.
Mekana ukare re Gaolathe gantsa bua o le gantsa na le sello thata sa gore ba ta tshwana gore ba gokotse tiriso ya madi ya no motho wa ipotsa gore gone mme letole la rona le empty go le ka he le gone e bile ditshwetso tse di tama jang tsamaiso ya dilo.
All right, re utule mo di kgweding tse di hitleng gore our government investment account e ha kae go ne go kaiwa jalo gore ngwe bo 2 billion gongwe ha o e lebella e le nosi ga e re sepe mme ha o e lebella le ko re tswang teng gore e tla bo e le bo 17 billion se se ra jalo gore ga rena madi a mantsi mebile se se tshwenyang le go eta ke gore ga rena thomamiso ka go ra go bona madileng re se re taositse gore gongwe ditemane thekiso ya ditemane it's expected to get better in the the last quarter of 2025. So that's what he needs to grapple with. Go lemoga jalo gore nya me seemo sa madi se kwa tase mi bile gape ga rena thomamiso ya go ra go bona madi gapeleng.
Ke go tsenye mo kganyeng e dithabollo tsa lehatshe la rona madi a le mantsi ra mo the past or previous financial years a na tswa mme ga ke leba ka letho la gago re se bete se molangwana gore madi a ile kae ga o lebeletse phatlalatso ya metsi for instance go di kile go tshetswe madi a mantsi mme ga go ntse jalo di-project di sampe di mo tseleng maida ile kae
Yeah, so ke gakologelwa mo dingwageng tse di hitileng mongwe o na re tlhalosetsa jalo gore wastage mo ga goromente bogolo yang ga go lebeletswe di-project intsi thata ha re bua re thamaletse re papametse hela boammaaruri ke gore go kaega jalo gore go nnile le a lot of wastage mo go dirisiweng ga madi mo nakong e hitileng re bo re ipithela e le gore di-project ga di a hela
okay a re name re tshwerigong re kgabaganyetseng ko parlamenteng re utlwetse dingwe ka ko
I think we also have the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Ndaba Gaolathe, President of the Industrial Court, Justice Chairman of the Kosi, Monga Kosi, Kosima Rukau Bedi, Kumahati. President of the Customer Court of Appeal, Monga Kosi, Mutiri, and Tui, Kosi Sotetik, and Akiva, and the members of the diplomacy. Special guest of the President of the Republic of China and Vice President. He went by in Gaborone. May Michael represent. On the speaker's announcements, let me start our members by formally introducing our new clerk of the National Assembly. I'm pleased to announce that the President Advocate Ndaba Gaolathe has, acting in terms of Section 112 of the Constitution of Botswana, appointed Dr. Gabriel as clerk of the National Assembly of the Republic of Botswana. The appointment process was done in terms of the provisions of Section 70 of the Constitution of Botswana, Section 20 of the Public Service Act, Standing Order 3 and Standing Order 11 of the National Assembly of Botswana. Furthermore, the appointment was with effect from the 21st of January 2025. Just for your information, Dr. Malema holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Coexistence from Hiroshima University in Japan. The master's degree in Public and Development Management from the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. Master's degree in Politics and International Relations from the University of Botswana, and a Bachelor of Arts in Social Science, double major Political Science and Public Administration from the University of Botswana. Dr. Malema has also attended major courses, which among others include Certificate in Defense and Security Management from Zuzu University, Malawi, Full Academy of Young International Policy Analyst, FES, New York, Expert Training for Mediation Courses, Accord, Durban, South Africa, Applied Course in Conflict Transformation, Action Support Center, Johannesburg, Building a Strategy for Prevention of Violent Extremism, Virtual Learning Journey, jointly delivered by the Geneva Center for Security Policy, South African Defense and Security Management Network, SATSA, and Frederick Everett Skipper. Has moderated training, quality skills, and framework consultants. Malema is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience. He is a former political science lecturer at the University of Botswana, a former head of politics and diplomacy at the Southern African Development Community SADC, director of the Program on Politics, Defense and Security. He has also previously worked at the Mira newspaper as a reporter, Radio Botswana as an English news reader, and African Comprehensive HIV/AIDS Partnership (ACHA) as a communications officer. Honourable members, kindly join me in welcoming the Clerk of the National Assembly, Dr. Gabriel Malema. Honourable members, I'm further pleased to announce that Mayor Ms. Mapente Salvan has been appointed as the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly of the Republic of Botswana. The provisions that I have outlined earlier were also followed in appointing her. She obtained ACCA in 2004 and had previously graduated with BCom Accounting from the University of Botswana. in 1997. She's a trained public expenditure financial accountability assessor. Ms. Ketanjwang is a member in Good Spending for both the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and Botswana Institute of Chartered Accountants, BICA. 2015, she completed an executive leadership program delivered by a collaboration of the Swedish National Audit Office and the African Organization of English-speaking Supreme Audit Institutions, AFRO-SAI. Ms. Ketanjwang is a fellow Chartered Certified Accountant with extensive knowledge in financial management and oversight. Her career spans 26 years in financial management, audit and oversight fields in both government and state-owned enterprises. Some key positions she has held in her service span include Senior Assistant Auditor General and also the Auditor General, Finance Manager at National Food Technology Research Center, Supervisor of Corporate Accounts at Bank of Botswana, Internal Auditor at Bank of Botswana, Senior Assistant Clerk at the National Assembly of Botswana. She recently served as Deputy Permanent Secretary, Finance and Development in the Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education. Honourable members, please join me in welcoming Mayor Helen Sandra. Honourable members, I need receipt of an apology. Honorable Mswami is attending an international event, official event in New York. He will not be with us. I'm in possession of also a sick leave for the Minister of Land and Agriculture, Honorable Dr. Let me appeal to you, honorable members, to keep him in your prayers. Honorable members, let us now start our business of today with testing of a paper. I understand that the Minister of Finance has a paper to take. Honorable Minister, Vice President.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to table the financial statements, tables, and estimates of the Consolidated and Development Funds Revenues 2025-2026.
Okay.
Presentation of the government bill.
Honorable members, I understand that the Minister of Finance has a bill to present.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to present the Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill, 2025 Bill number 2 of 2025 for the first time.
Let the bill be read the first time. Clerk.
Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 Bill number 2 of 2025 first reading.
One for second reading, Honourable Minister.
Forthwith, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk.
Notice of motions and orders of the day. Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 Bill number 2 of 2025 second reading.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the question is that the appropriation 2025-2026 bill 2020 be read a second time. Honourable members, I will now call upon the Minister of Finance and His Honour the Vice President to present the budget speech. Let me indicate that, honourable members, the Minister shall not be interrupted in his presentation. The same with Leader of Opposition on Wednesday. I thought I should mention that let him flow with his speech. Your Honour the Vice President, you may approach the podium.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to present to the National Assembly the budget proposals for 2025-26 financial year. The 2025-26 financial year carries a particular significance as it marks the inaugural budget of the 30th Parliament, led by a new administration committed to transformation and placing citizens at the heart of its agenda. The upcoming financial year also heralds the dawn of the 12th National Development Plan, NDP 12. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore with a deep sense of responsibility and humility that I rise to deliver my first budget speech as Minister of Finance under the new government. This moment resonates with profound personal meaning as I stand at this podium, a space filled with the echoes of those who have come before me, entrusted with the sacred duty of steering our nation's economic destiny. Mr. Speaker, permit me a moment of solemn acknowledgement of all former ministers of finance for their contributions and their service. And in a special way, I wish to recognize 3 of these distinguished leaders who not only held this vital portfolio, but also served as my personal mentors, being the 2 former presidents, Sir Kitumile Masire and President Festus Mogae, as well as my late father, Ndaba Gaolathe. Their guidance and example continue to inspire my own sense of duty and responsibility. And under the mantle of the new administration of the New Botswana, led by President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, I find myself deeply humbled to carry forward a collective legacy that transcends individuals and speaks to an enduring trust and hope of a nation. Mr. Speaker, the moment that our nation now finds itself is eloquently captured in Letzi Tole's adaptation of Lao Tzu's corpus, and I quote, "If you march to the beat of your heart and dance to the rhythm of your own song, you will dance dances that no one has ever danced before, and you will sing songs that no one has ever heard before." Mr. Speaker, here and now, more than 58 years since the founders of our republic first took office and experimented with a modern democratic system, can our nation confidently pronounce that we as a nation have passed the first real test of our experiment, that ours is a system of the people, for the people, by the people. Mr. Speaker, this past spring, swaths of our citizens men and women of diverse social and cultural backgrounds joined long queues in the scorching sun of our arid circumstances to cast a ballot to decide on whether to retain the old party that had until then led our nation or elect a new government. This generation, young and old, united in spirit to claim something new, something special, a path of hope that we can all call our own. Behold, something new is taking root, something special, a government that belongs to the people, a government of the people, the government for the people. Mr. Speaker, this is our government, all of us. We must build our own nation together in our own way. We must build our economy together in our own way. We must rise and fall together in our own way. We must dance the dances that no one has ever seen and sing the songs together that no one has ever heard. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the preparation of the 2025-26 budget, we consulted different stakeholders, and in the process, I discovered a profound truth, that the men and women of this country, young and old, possess a clear vision of the steps necessary to propel this nation forward. The collective wisdom of our people shines brightly, illuminating the path we must tread to achieve greater heights and realize our shared aspirations. To those of us with the privilege to lead, we are no more than painters on an assignment to paint a canvas, transcribing a vision of the people into reality. This assignment must pursue in its own way, and like a dance never danced before and a song that never has been sung before. Mr. Speaker, we have a collective responsibility to not only chart a course for our nation's economic recovery, but also restore the trust and faith that our people have in their government. The new Botswana is determined to become the best managed country on the African continent, a paragon of unity, of fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. Mr. Speaker, I stand by my December 24 Parliament statement on public finances. I quote, "The state of our public finances by any standards is in an undesirable place," close quote. I highlighted the economy's severe fiscal constraints, our declining government revenues, as well as our slow and jobless growth. To be clear, we inherited a government machinery plagued by deeply entrenched systemic inefficiencies that have crippled progress and development. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the realities of our times are heart-wrenching. There is a persisting unemployment crisis, with many graduates failing to secure meaningful occupations for years upon years. Even many of the citizens that are employed work without much pay and often under stringent conditions. And despite our collective resources, abject poverty continues to ravage in both the ghettos and the forgotten places of our nation. We are almost like that nation which Dickens describes. I quote, "We had everything before us. We had nothing before us," close quote. Mr. Speaker, our country is regressing on many fronts, including health and education outcomes. Corruption has become endemic with all its corrosive and cancerous manifestations, an impediment to the achievement of the lofty goals of our people. Yet, despite this bleak picture, Mr. Speaker, I have a hope. I have hope. I have a hope in me, a hope that is rising like a phoenix. Mr. Speaker, we in the new Botswana have the hope that collectively we will turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the new administration has established a dedicated Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs, in part to ensure that the gender portfolio receives the attention that it deserves. This is a response to a national outcry sparked by persistent gender inequalities that prevail in our society, that hinders inclusive socio-economic development and the full enjoyment of human rights. Mr. Speaker, the phenomena of gender-based violence here in Botswana is a blight against which we must now all commit. Our dikhosi in particular have pledged to play a key role to assist, galvanize all our citizens and stakeholders towards building a nation that possesses the character of balance and fairness. This administration intends to intensify efforts for gender mainstreaming across all sectors, across all institutions, and institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting to ensure that priority areas such as GBV are addressed through adequate resourcing. Mr. Speaker, the growing occurrence and escalating severity of natural disasters and pandemics serve as a stark reminder that these challenges are no longer exceptions, but have become an enduring reality of our time. Natural disasters damage property and infrastructure. They disrupt lives, they fracture communities, and leave families grappling with loss and uncertainty. The frequency and quantum of natural disasters pose a new and pronounced risk that threatens our social and economic gains. In a sense, natural disasters are the new normal. For this reason, the administration is reviewing the National Policy on Disaster Management of 1996 to ensure alignment with emerging challenges and best practices. The draft policy is expected to be brought to Parliament before the end of the financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, there has been a surge in the misuse of public office for personal gain. This is evident in our deteriorating scores on the Corruption Perceptions Index. The data shows that our ratings declined from a score of 6.5 in 2012 to 6.1 in 2019. And most recent figures show a further drop and significant decline in rankings in space of 1 year, from a score of 6 in 2022 to 5.9 in 2023. Mr. Speaker, this culture of corruption, if left unattended, is certain to derail and undermine all efforts to build an inclusive and deep economy. If we fail to combine forces as a people, as government and as leaders, this culture of corruption, we are certain to fail as a nation. We will fail in the delivery of essential services that improve the quality of lives for our people if we do not stand up and stand together against this corruption. Mr. Speaker, our conviction is that a corruption-free culture will save us not $1 billion, but billions of pulas every year. This is why an array of efforts are already underway to review our current procurement model, enhance transparency in our system, support the free press, as well as revise and approve the draft National Anti-Corruption Policy. With these initiatives, we hope to protect whistleblowers. We hope to strengthen institutions. We hope to enhance integrity and accountability that so many citizens, more than this country has ever seen before, are coming forward to blow a whistle and to guide on how best to neutralize this culture of corruption. Building an inclusive and deep economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to rebuild this economy, we will implement the required changes through 4 interlinked strategic phases. These 4 phases are: first, we must be halting the financial hemorrhaging in government. And second, we must be stabilizing and preparing for the takeoff. Thirdly, we must be taking the initial tangible steps of change. And finally, we should be building the new Botswana. Phase 1, halting the financial hemorrhaging in our government system. Mr. Speaker, in this initial phase of our reform agenda, we will direct our focus towards 3 critical areas, being building government systems, strengthening oversight institutions, and facilitating the private sector and our society. I start with the government systems, building government systems. Mr. Speaker, the state of our public financial management systems, practices, and processes has deteriorated over the years. This ailment is evident in the systems of prioritization of development projects, the systems of procurement, the systems of implementation of potentially game-changing mega projects, the systems for monitoring of projects, the systems for transparent payments, and the systems for informed and fair economic decision-making. This dysfunctionality has contributed, Mr. Speaker, to persistent financial losses in recent years and manifested in a culture of regular supplementary budget requests. Mr. Speaker, to correct this situation, we will in the immediate term repair and restore discipline in the process of supplementary budgets. Going forward, supplementary budget requests, if any, will strictly cater for unforeseen requirements or emergencies, and that any such requests will be catered for by budget cuts in other parts of the existing budget. This approach will ensure that we are not merely diverting taxpayer funds into a black hole, but instead creating tangible value for every pula expended. Mr. Speaker, it has further been observed that there is a failure by some procuring entities to observe public procurement legislation requirements. The government has made an undertaking to ensure timely payment of supplies to protect and nurture local businesses. Mr. Speaker, the new administration is determined to cultivate a new culture a culture of fairness, a culture of diligence, a culture of agile government, a culture of urgency, a culture of wealth creation, a culture of innovation, a culture of speed, a culture of service, and a culture of collective effort. This new culture has inspired work that has already started around execution and an execution plan towards an initiative to mobilize resources by way of the new efficiency in process within the government system. Mr. Speaker, the Efficiency in Process initiative will drive revenue collection across ministries and departments and agencies by comprehensively overhauling guidelines of fees and levies across government services. We will reconfigure categories of services. We will deploy potent technologies for collection, as well as build capacity and capabilities in the effective offer of these services. Mr. Speaker, we expect that a comprehensively modernized and structured government and local government services ecosystem, including fees for work permits, visas, property taxes, licenses, and a raft of other services, should add significant amounts to our national coffers. The Efficiency in Process initiative, Mr. Speaker, will address existing revenue leakages across all sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, examples of these financial leakages include significant amounts owed to local government authorities, which currently stand at more than 700 million in property rates and more than 27 million in service levies. Mr. Speaker, their revenue collection remains inefficient, with an average collection rate of 56% of the target over the 2023, 2024, and 2024 to 2025 financial years. Mr. Speaker, other losses emanate from mismanagement of contracts, including government leasing out of its land and facilities to companies or to private individuals. Further, evidence shows that government collected an average of 119 million over 2022-23 and 23-24 financial years against the 210 million targeted revenues of park entry fees due to unavailability of enablers such as point-of-sale machines, connectivity, and manpower shortages. Mr. Speaker, similarly, government experiences leakages through lapses in controls, resulting in salary overpayments, which for the financial years ending March 21 and 22 recorded more than 27 million on average. The aforementioned Efficiency in Process initiative will address these leakages and drive revenue maximization across MDAs, meaning ministries, departments, and agencies. I turn to strengthening of oversight institutions. Mr. Speaker, we are determined that the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, has not been able to fully execute its essential role. And in the new Botswana, we view this institution as a strategic state-owned enterprise with a key role in promoting fairness and transparency in government procurement. We are advancing our plan to strengthen the procurement model. We are also creating seamless access to procurement opportunities through development of the public procurement data portal. This data portal will serve as a centralized real-time data sharing platform for the management and dissemination of procurement information, ensuring its accessibility to all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, as part of revitalizing PPRA towards pursuing its legislative mandate, we have already facilitated the commencement of their work, along with other oversight institutions, towards the conduct of a comprehensive audit of the projects under the development manager model, the central medical stores, as well as other infrastructure projects at key state-owned enterprises. These audits will be carried out in 2 phases. The first phase will focus on value for money, and on procurement processes and procedures, as well as on legal compliance. The second phase, Mr. Speaker, will discern the areas that require more specialized financial forensic audit. These audits will become a culture in government and will extend to other oversight bodies, including the Directorate of Corruption and Economic Crime, the Office of Auditor General, Public Enterprises Evaluation and Privatization Agency, and the Botswana Accountancy Oversight Authority. All of this to ensure a robust governance framework that safeguards public resources. Mr. Speaker, the new approach is a response to the procurement practice which by all accounts has been plagued by opaqueness, unfair practice, financial leakages, and signs of systemic corruption. Private sector and society. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to build an economy in which every citizen enjoys fair access to opportunity. The dominance of few players in some industries exposes inefficiencies that stifle competition and innovation. Preliminary evidence indicates that citizens are encountering artificial barriers that impede their access to lucrative sectors such as poultry, automobile, retail, franchising, and distribution businesses as examples. So, Mr. Speaker, there are cumbersome and protracted regulatory processes that continue to create significant delays for businesses, hindering the swift establishment of new enterprises, slowing expansion of existing ones, and stifling innovation. For instance, a supermarket must obtain approximately 6 different licenses, each requiring separate applications at multiple offices. Mr. Speaker, in the new Botswana, we are committed to dismantling these barriers. We are committed to dismantling these barriers and fostering an inclusive environment where ordinary citizens can actively participate and thrive within all industries. As a government rooted in the principle of fairness, we are going to strengthen institutions responsible for licensing and regulatory oversight to address structural and market barriers. Mr. Speaker, government is deeply committed to enhancing consultation with all stakeholders, recognizing the meaningful dialogue and collaboration that is essential for effective policy making. We are open-minded and willing to take guidance on how best to engage. This inclusive approach is necessary to ensure that all our policies are responsive, equitable, and aligned with the needs and aspirations of all sectors of our society. Phase 2 of our work is stabilization and preparation for the takeoff. Mr. Speaker, in this critical phase, our focus is clear. We will lay a firm foundation. We will mend what is broken and ensure that government machinery operates with efficiency, responsiveness, integrity, and is held accountable for all its actions. One of the observed challenges hindering effective execution for change in Botswana is the speed and alignment with which our laws are amended to pave way for effective execution of measures pronounced by the government. Mr. Speaker, we will address this challenge by reviewing the current approach and benchmarking on best practices from countries such as Mauritius. In Mauritius, Mr. Speaker, every year, after the national budget is presented in Parliament, the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Bill is tabled and as an instrument to, I quote, provide the implementation of measures announced by the government and for matters connected, consequential and incidental thereto, close quote. The essence of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is such that every project, every reform measure would immediately be facilitated by amendment of all the laws that enable that reform to effectively take effect. Mr. Speaker, as the new administration, we have set ourselves a very bold objective of facilitating international investment in mega transformational projects with the potential to create economic value and dilute the country's overdependence on diamonds. We will act decisively to restructure our approach, ensuring a more effective and strategic framework for investment promotion, moving away from the current fragmented approach, which leads to potentially high-impact investors being subject to high level of red tape. Mr. Speaker, as we reimagine our economic landscape and chart the path towards a modern and globally competitive Botswana, we recognize the importance of forging partnerships with investors who share our long-term values and our long-term vision. And to this end, we have started establishing clear requirements and a compliance framework to define the characteristics of an ideal partner and an ideal investor for the new Botswana. We intend to gravitate towards partners who possess specific attributes that the President is passionate about. Attributes that include substantial financial resources and patient capital. We are looking for partners who prioritize long-term investments over quick returns. Partners with deep insight and intellectual property. Partners that share long-term vision that is aligned and aligns seamlessly with Botswana's strategic objectives. Mr. Speaker, by carefully selecting partners according to this framework, we hope to cultivate a dynamic investment landscape that propels our nation towards prosperity while safeguarding our fiscal interests. Mr. Speaker, a landmark achievement was the successful conclusion of negotiations with the BS Group. This resulting in an enhanced rough diamond sales agreement and an extension of the mining licenses beyond 2029. The conclusion of these negotiations within 100 days of this administration goes a long way to rebuilding market confidence and trust in this government's efficiency, in this government's agility, in this government's responsiveness in creating partnerships and doing business environment. This agreement ensures greater value retention for Botswana and strengthens our position as a global leader in the diamond industry. State-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, it is high priority in our agenda to ensure value for every pula allocated to our state-owned enterprises. This by transforming them into high-performance organizations, organizations that fully deliver on their mandates. We intend to pay delicate and special attention to our state-owned enterprises, with a view to bring out the best in them and to use them as lever to significantly reduce costs of doing business in the new Botswana. We are also determined to transform our state-owned enterprises into engines of wealth creation for the larger population by reconfiguring and upscaling some of them into becoming truly global players. Our posture also leans towards curtailing gross wastage, duplication that takes place at some of these enterprises. Mr. Speaker, some of these state-owned enterprises have operated without chief executive officers for upwards of 5 years. Some have had no boards, and many operated on partial boards. The neglect and sometimes outright callous mismanagement of these enterprises by political principles has cultivated a culture of wastage and stagnation. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to fan the embers for a new progressive culture, a culture of good governance, a culture of integrity, a culture of efficiency, a culture of effectiveness, and a culture of excellence. The new government has wasted no time and has already commenced work to revitalize state-owned enterprises based on this clear vision. Mr. Speaker, we are seized with a process to overhaul our power sector's legislative framework, to separate power generation from power transmission, and repurpose the Botswana Power Corporation in light of the changed ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, farmers from across this country have come forward They have come forward with proposals to reimagine, to refocus, and reposition the Botswana Agricultural Marketing Board in order to drive an effective, enabling model and facilitate equitable and fair market access for all farmers in our country. We will facilitate the repurposing of Botswana Agricultural Marketing Board. Mr. Speaker, we are also determined to stabilize the Botswana Meat Commission, first by putting in place strong management, and later by securing investment partnerships that will revitalize the Commission to become a global player along other players in the reconfigured meat value chain of the new Botswana. This will allow the BMC to operate competitively in the new meat industry ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding to hoist the Botswana Vaccine Institute to new global heights. The concept of the Botswana Vaccine Institute, a facility and operation that over the years has, in partnership with Mirror of France, mastered the art of research and development of vaccines. They have over the years developed capacity, they have developed capabilities in manufacturing and capabilities in the export of medicines. The time has now come, Mr. Speaker, to fundamentally put to bear these capabilities by significantly scaling up production and possibly augmenting product diversity for export. The work is already ongoing to facilitate this ambition. Our action entails a pursuit of a judicious blend of funding, judicious blend of management and market partnerships, as well as wise collaborations. Mr. Speaker, the manner that our public sector funds enterprises or funds victims of road accidents or funds medical care or funds pensions or provides for social services or caters for people living with disabilities is both inefficient and ineffective. We are probing and considering options for a complete overhaul of our funding model towards a more comprehensive system for a national health insurance and targeted social interventions. The new model will reimagine the current arrangements, even at the Citizen Entrepreneurial Development Agency, Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, the BDC, and other institutions. Mr. Speaker, the administration is currently considering proposals for a self-funding mega project, the construction and development of a rail corridor linking Namibia and Botswana's Western Copperbelt region through Ghanzi. Mr. Speaker, our existing rail infrastructure is neither adequate nor up to standard, and even so, not fully utilized or optimized. And for this reason, the new administration is considering options for a rail operational model best suited for our circumstances. All options being considered will require changes to the current legislation on the role of Botswana Railways. Mr. Speaker, we have started a process to persistently facilitate the Botswana Unified Revenue Service, BERS, to unlock its revenue collection potential, aiming to surpass annual average 26 billion collection in non-mineral and non-SACU revenue achieved over the past 5 years. A well-managed and efficient BERS can boost revenues for this country, revenue collection efficiency, by at least 30 to 40% within the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to building a robust financial system that nurtures homegrown financial institutions which may subsequently become multinationals. We will reimagine the role and structure of our state-owned enterprises, financial state-owned enterprises, in which government is a major stakeholder, with consideration given to potential measures in the upcoming financial year. Phase 3, Mr. Speaker, initial tangible steps of change, seeds of diversification, if you like. Mr. Speaker, the level of unemployment, particularly among the youth in our country, is not just a statistic, but a stark reflection of untapped potential and unfulfilled dreams. In the pursuit of immediate impact, we will prioritize the execution of certain low-hanging fruits that hold the potential to generate meaningful employment in the upcoming financial year. Mr. Speaker, Botswana's reliance on diamond revenues has been both a strength and a vulnerability. To secure Botswana's future, we must diversify our economy by expanding key sectors such as tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, energy, information technology, the creative economy, and healthcare. A central pillar of this strategy is the diversification of the mining sector and an aggressive drive for mineral beneficiation. To this end, Kwema Copper Mine in Northwest District, near Tsao, where I was at Tirelo Setšhaba, is embarking on an expansion exercise to ramp up production from the current 60,000 tons of copper to at least 130,000 tons. This expansion is anticipated to increase the labor force from the current 2,000 to 4,000 employees. Another noticeable progress is the Menzi Battery Metals, which has been granted a mining license to exploit battery-grade manganese at Khwakhwe Hills near Kanye, and they are currently finalizing the establishment of the processing plant. Let me say a little bit more about the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, as a key driver of diversification. Mr. Speaker, another important aspect of our diversification drive is the modernization of the power sector, with a strategic shift towards a solar-dominated energy industry. This will be coupled with the unbundling of power generation, transmission, and related services, a move designed to enhance efficiency, competition, and investment in this sector. This approach, Mr. Speaker, will enable Botswana to scale up electricity production to at least 8,000 megawatts within 4 years, laying the foundation for a more sustainable and competitive energy landscape. It is a decisive step towards fulfilling our commitment as the new administration of reducing electricity costs for our people and for business by 30%, easing the financial burden on all our people and businesses alike. Mr. Speaker, beyond domestic benefits, this initiative positions Botswana as a major regional electricity exporter, strengthening our economic resilience and regional influence. A stable, cost-effective power supply will not only attract investment, but also enhance Botswana's appeal as a thriving hub for business and a desirable place to live in. Mr. Speaker, to cater for the national baseload power requirements, a 600 megawatts Jindal coal-fired power plant and Mamabula has already commenced construction of the pre-project's activities. Other projects which are still under procurement are 200 megawatts concentrated solar power in Maung, 100 megawatts solar PV in Jwaneng, 100 megawatts solar PV, and 100 megawatts wind power in Letlhakane. These projects are expected to create business opportunities and jobs for our people, as well as reduce energy costs in the long run, making energy more accessible and affordable for all our people. Mr. Speaker, maybe let me say a little bit about execution of mega projects. This is a must for true transformation. Mr. Speaker, for years, Botswana has faced significant challenges in executing mega infrastructure projects, largely due to lack of technical and operational capacity. In some cases, questionable contract awards, inflated costs, and poor oversight have raised concerns about corrupt practices and mismanagement, further compounding the infrastructure deficit. The new government is intensifying efforts to bridge Botswana's critical infrastructure gaps by ramping up capacity to mechanize and execute mega projects such as rail, road networks, power and water, information and communication technology infrastructure. I am pleased to inform you that in the coming financial year, we will commence execution of meticulously structured mega infrastructure projects. Crafted in collaboration with reputable global investors, including strategic and game-changing projects such as the Chobe-Zambezi Water Transfer Scheme. This project has the potential to enhance water security, job creation, agricultural expansion, food security, and drive industrial growth, among many other things. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a little bit about housing. Mr. Speaker, the government of Botswana reaffirms its commitment to ensuring access to shelter as a fundamental human right. The government is reimagining the current low-income housing program in order to destigmatize and align it to national priorities. The reimagined program will reflect government's focus on inclusivity and its commitment to providing dignified living conditions for all our people. Additionally, the program will be revamped to modernize housing designs, ensuring that they are in line with current trends and best practices in the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the Botswana Savings Bank is preparing to launch a proof of concept designed to give opportunity to an ordinary Motswana who owns land but lacks the means to develop it. This initiative forms part of our broader commitment to construct 100,000 housing units within the new government's 5-year term, ensuring that more citizens have access to quality housing. From the security guard to the roadside vendor, the bus conductor, the headsman, the overburdened breadwinner, it opens doors to home ownership that once seemed out of reach. Through this initiative, they can secure a loan, attract a reliable talent, access professional construction services, and eventually own a valuable asset. At its heart, this program reflects a deeper philosophy that every individual, no matter their situation in life, deserves the dignity of a home and the opportunity to build a future. By removing barriers to housing, the government seeks to turn dreams into reality, creating a society where hope is not a privilege, but a shared promise. Let me talk a little bit about the new Botswana Phase 4, Mr. Speaker. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring long-term macroeconomic stability and fostering intergenerational equity by preserving sufficient assets and wealth for future generations. To achieve this, we will redesign our macroeconomic policy framework to safeguard the needs of future generations by ensuring that they benefit from our natural resource wealth. Efforts are already underway to create a newly fully fledged sovereign wealth fund of Botswana. This fund will invest in sustainable domestic and foreign assets across various industries, thereby transforming resource wealth into financial wealth. The fund will help cushion against unforeseen disasters, as well as create wealth for current and future generations. The fund will also enable future generations to have a foundation to realize their own ambitions. Mr. Speaker, let me say a little bit about what we call National Fund of Funds. Mr. Speaker, the traditional brick-and-mortar model of tying institutions directly to funding has long passed its sell-by date. In the new Botswana, we will explore and reimagine the role of SEDA and Botswana Development Corporation with the possibility of creating what we call National Fund of Funds. This fund of funds will enable us to design, modernize, and high-impact investment models to allocate resources strategically, targeting priority sectors in line with our national development objectives, and also allowing disruptors and innovators, including in the creative industry, access to funding. This initiative will mark a significant shift in our approach to economic development, fostering an environment where entrepreneurship thrives and where our investments yield maximum returns in terms of job creation, growth, and innovation. I will say a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about the creative industry. Mr. Speaker, the creative industry is a driver of economic growth. It's a driver of social preservation and social transformation. It also has the power to generate employment. It has the power to foster innovation, the power to project our distinct identity as the people of Botswana. And to fully unlock this potential, the potential of this industry, we must optimize the entire ecosystem, including exploring the possibility of enabling legislation that enables creatives to monetize the digital space. Mr. Speaker, in addition to demonstrate our commitment to developing the industry, we will, through the proposed national funds of funds, ensure that the unique dynamics of the creative industry are considered when allocating resources, guaranteeing the industry is adequately resourced. Mr. Speaker, Botswana possesses a rich, a compelling tradition of song, of poetry, of dress, of storytelling, of dance, of design, of painting, of art, of craftsmanship, of rhetoric, of beading, of comedy, and of performance. Our land, the beautiful land of Botswana, is a theater, it's a stage upon which to watch the most beautiful sunrises, the most beautiful sunsets, the birds, the herons, the egrets. In the modern day Botswana, we are home to the finest soloists, the finest DJs, the finest recording artists, the finest filmmakers, the finest actors. They walk in the footsteps of our literary giants, Ratsies Tlaku, Bonatseho Mokane, LD Raditladi, and now Moroka Moreri the Great. The time has come, the time is now, to embed our indigenous creativity in our entire national life and export our culture through film, through jewelry, through art, and through performance. We should build the infrastructure to facilitate this. We will do this, and we will do the same for the sports and sports development, including carving partnerships for the incorporation of sport academies in our education system. We are proud of Litsile Tebogo and many sports giants of today and many sports giants that will be created in the new Botswana. Research and development. Mr. Speaker, research and development will play a key role in the new Botswana. The current approach to research and development lacks oversight, coordination, and monitoring. We will direct our efforts towards building the research ecosystem and strengthening coordination of the national research agenda. The government will continue to support ongoing research on areas such as climate change, energy, natural resources, genomics, foods, and materials. Planned research and development project areas for the 2025-26 financial year include advancements in manufacturing and artificial intelligence. I will turn to transforming the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the new government is committed to a bold and transformative agricultural strategy geared towards optimal land use, enhancing labor productivity, food security, and high-value agriculture driven by adoption of technology, and forging domestic and export competitiveness. We will strengthen agriculture's linkages with key sectors such as manufacturing to create value-added opportunities. A major shift in our approach, Mr. Speaker, will be the revamping of agricultural subsidy system, moving away from supporting inputs to incentivizing higher output and productivity. A top priority will be to develop a comprehensive agricultural financing strategy to improve access to capital for farmers and agri-businesses. Furthermore, we will focus on developing a robust seed production industry to reduce reliance on imports. We will also focus on establishing an organic fertilizer industry, reducing dependency on costly imports. Mr. Speaker, we will also diversify agricultural production by tapping into high potential but untapped subsectors, including hemp production. Our transformation plan will also leverage Botswana's world-class expertise in cattle breeding to enhance genetics for improved beef production, while also accelerating the growth of dairy farming as a high-value sector. Additionally, we'll establish a local commodity trading platform to ensure fair pricing for produce. To support small-scale farmers, we will improve access to supply contracts with large retail chains, an area that has traditionally been difficult to penetrate due to restrictive business practices. And to this end, we are revising the 1991 National Policy on Agriculture Development to align with this new strategic direction. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes cooperatives and misero as powerful vehicles for agricultural transformation, for job creation, for rural development, for poverty reduction, and food security. We will therefore support cooperatives by revamping the institutional and legal framework that build self-reliant entities. I now move to the overview of the second Transitional National Development Plan, its performance. Mr. Speaker, the Transitional National Development Plan entails some projects that require multi-year execution due to their scale and complexity. I would like to highlight that out of the 644 TNDP projects, 11.2% have been completed. Only 11.2%. 40.5% are ongoing at different levels of implementation, while 48.3% have not yet started. National Development Plan 12. Mr. Speaker, a decision has been made to extend the Transitional National Development Plan by 4 months to end of July 2025, following ratification by Parliament. This extension will provide an opportunity for further consultations on NDP 12 in order to adequately infuse the vision of the new administration. Furthermore, the extension will allow the guidance by governance structures, including the Advisory Council of the National Planning Commission, which had previously not been in place. Therefore, the draft plan will be presented in this Parliament for approval in July 2025. National priorities for financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, the government has identified key strategic priorities to propel us towards fulfilling commitments of the new Botswana geared towards rapid and inclusive economic growth and achieving a socially equitable development that benefit all Botswana. Mr. Speaker, the state of our road networks, rail, power, water, and sewage infrastructure is not adequate to facilitate our vision of building a deep and inclusive economy. And as I talk about modernizing and transforming infrastructure, we realize that the absence of adequate infrastructure to support modern agriculture, coupled with a lack of world-class airports, presents a significant barrier to our ambition of becoming a regional logistics hub. Furthermore, critical social infrastructure such as schools, healthcare, facilities, and housing is underdeveloped in many areas, particularly in rural and remote areas. There is a critical need to upgrade and expand our infrastructure ecosystem to unlock vast economic opportunities and, in so doing, enhance the quality of life for a greater number of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, a development budget of 11.5 billion is proposed to fund infrastructure development projects. I must, however, indicate that modernizing and transforming our infrastructure cannot be achieved in one financial year, as it is a process that needs time and resources. And in this regard, leveraging public-private partnerships will play a pivotal role in mobilizing resources needed to accelerate this agenda and deliver projects effectively. Mr. Speaker, the government is advanced on creating a legal framework for better management of PPP projects. The draft bill on PPPs is expected to be finalized and presented for consideration by Parliament during 2025-26 financial year. Once it comes into effect, it will foster a strong private sector partnership and provide a platform for domestic and international consortia to optimize the full benefit of the PPP delivery model. This will reduce the fiscal strain on the government budget and improve our growth investment nexus. Mr. Speaker, solar energy presents a remarkable opportunity for our country. Our nation has abundant sunshine throughout the year. Botswana is ideally suited to harness this clean and sustainable resource to power our households, industries, and communities. Mr. Speaker, Botswana continues to make significant progress to strengthen cooperation in pursuit of regional integration and enhancing her presence in the air and aviation space. To this end, we continue to sign bilateral air service agreements with neighboring countries with a clear intention to improve connectivity. Mr. Speaker, the more accessible and seamless our air travel experience is, the more attractive our country becomes to international visitors. The government is actively pursuing strategic partnerships with regional and international airlines to establish more direct routes linking Botswana to key global tourism markets. In this effort, the Civil Aviation Authority of Botswana, in collaboration with Botswana Investment and Trade Center, the Hospitality and Tourism Association of Botswana, the Botswana Tourism Organization, Business Botswana, and Travel Agents Association of Botswana, is making significant progress in attracting long-haul airlines to our country. Mr. Speaker, as a result of these efforts, 2 new international routes have been introduced through the operations of Ethiopian Airlines and Fly Namibia. Improving quality of life. Mr. Speaker, a development budget of 9.81 billion is proposed for this priority, which includes strengthening human capital development, modernizing our education and healthcare systems, supporting vulnerable groups, as well as availing economic opportunities to ensure long-term prosperity and equality for all. Human capital development. Mr. Speaker, it is not a secret that we spend more on education and health than in any other sector. Over the last 4 financial years, from 2020-21 to 2023-24, the country spent on average 22% and 14% of total expenditure on education and health sectors respectively. However, we have not realized the full return on investment, which is testament to a rooted structural problem. Mr. Speaker, local institutions have produced graduates, often in areas not consistent with industry needs, and at a rate faster than our economic absorption capacity. This has contributed to youth unemployment, which currently stands at 38.4% in the first quarter of 2024. The importance of technical and vocational education and training, TVET. Mr. Speaker, there is a need to increase excellence of technical and vocational education and training institutions by leveraging on tried and tested TVET models in countries such as South Korea, Germany, and Finland. Statistics show that our TVET institutions are operating below optimal. We will be intentional in this new government in changing the current picture to build an economy with TVET at its heart. This requires us to change our people's perception of TVET institutions. It requires us to improve access and equity and quality and relevance of the programs to market needs. We are developing a robust technical and vocational education and training policy with an agenda anchored on various pursuits such as agriculture, jewelry, multimedia, artificial intelligence, sports, and manufacturing. Further, Botswana's transition to underground mining highlights opportunities for TVET skills development. Mr. Speaker, promoting TVET from basic education will therefore amplify opportunities for young people who are not able or not willing to follow the university education pathways. And in this regard, to demonstrate our commitment on the TVET model, we are gradually going to narrow the gap between allowances of students at TVET institutions and those of other tertiary institutions. We will also resource these TVET institutions in terms of infrastructure and qualified lecturers. Mr. Speaker, there is a disparity between our health needs and the capacity of our health system. Challenges such as outdated management systems, poorly maintained infrastructure, shortages of essential medicines, and inadequate staffing persist. Additionally, the government's failure to pay private medical facilities and commodity suppliers has pushed these critical stakeholders to the brink of collapse, further weakening our overall health system. To continue our pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 3 of ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being of all, we must act urgently. Mr. Speaker, in the short term, we will enhance access to essential medicines, diagnostics, and technologies by restructuring the central medical stores. We will invest in facilities and equipment maintenance. We will prioritize primary health care to reduce dependence on costly tertiary services. We will train health personnel to ensure optimal skills mix that aligns to our needs. We will optimize Seki Tumile Masire Teaching Hospital as a center of excellence for tertiary care and medical training. Enhancing social welfare. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a society lies in how it cares for its most vulnerable members, reflecting collective humanity and sense of justice. While fiscal constraints limit substantial increases in social welfare programs, we remain resolutely committed to inclusiveness and the well-being of our citizens. With this in mind, we propose, and we did everything we could, searched every pocket we could search. We could only increase, and we are proposing an increase of the old age pension Ndaba allowance from 830 pula to 1,400 effective. Effective from 1st April 2025. Mr. Speaker, consistent with our promises, we are proposing a targeted monthly allowance of 300 for newborn babies until they turn 1 year old. Additionally, we are proposing provision of free sanitary pads to female students, ensuring the dignity and essential needs are upheld across different segments of our population. As our economy regains its strength and our fiscal position improves, we are committed to revisiting social allowances, ensuring that resources are directed where they are most impactful and to the most deserving sections of our society. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and fiscal responsibility, the estimated additional financial requirement for these new provisions has been fully accommodated through reprioritization and budget cuts within the existing allocations. Mr. Speaker, Given the challenging economic environment, we remain firmly committed to disciplined public finance management. Going forward, our approach will be guided by the principle that any increase in government expenditure must be offset by either a corresponding rise in revenue or reductions elsewhere in the budget. I wish to once again reassure the people of Botswana that this government, led by the courageous advocate Boko, remains fully committed to improving their welfare and delivering on its promises. Our immediate focus is on laying the institutional foundations for a revitalized, modern, deep, and export-driven economy that generates high-paying opportunities for all its citizens. We trust that Botswana will allow us the space to steer this nation towards long-term prosperity, ensuring that any commitments we fulfill are meaningful, lasting, and sustainable. Innovation and digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, our development budget of 1.47 billion is proposed to support innovation and digital transformation. This budget will, among others, fast-track the delivery of the National Digital Transformation Strategy, Smart Boards, with a view to accelerate digital transformation across government, the economy, and society at large. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve this initiative, government aims to close the connectivity gap across the country through implementation of the Village Connectivity Program. To this end, phases 2, 3, and 4 of the Village Connectivity Program, that is connecting over 1,000 public facilities across different villages, will be completed during 25-26 financial year. Mr. Speaker, during 2025-26 financial year, government will connect 500 schools to the internet. Government will expand the connectivity of private research and education institutions through Botswana Research and Education Network. And government will roll out the digital competency framework aimed at building digital literacy. Mr. Speaker, in our efforts to diversify the economy and transition to an innovation, knowledge, export-inspired economy, the Botswana government has entered into a 5-year collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This partnership aims to drive development of innovation-driven enterprises. Under this agreement, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, will work with the Botswana University of Science and Technology, BUST, the Botswana Digital and Innovation Hub, and other entities to create programs that will strategically transform Botswana's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, the program was launched in November 24, and by its conclusion, we expect to have established a vibrant innovation ecosystem that fosters an enabling environment for both current and future generations of entrepreneurs to thrive. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Botswana is at an advanced stage of digitalizing government revenue collection. This project, once fully operational, will eliminate challenges associated with cash handling and reconciliation concerning government accounts. In alignment with the National Digital Transformation Strategy, it will also expedite digital adaptation within the government sector and among users of government services. Some of the benefits to be derived relate to increased efficiency, reduced manual intervention, and facilitation of real-time processing of government transactions. Mr. Speaker, Botswana continues to make strides in modernizing its financial infrastructure with the establishment of the ongoing National Retail Payments Switch, NRPS. This, Mr. Speaker, represents a significant step towards enhancing Botswana's payment systems, contributing to economic transformation, as well as aligning with national and regional financial inclusion goals. This transformative initiative is central to the country's efforts and commitment to leveraging technology for sustainable development and economic inclusion. Mr. Speaker, the interoperable RPS, interoperable meaning able to talk to each other, will enable real-time, seamless interconnectivity among banks, mobile money providers, and other financial institutions. The system is designed to lower transaction costs, improve access to financial services, and support digital payments adoption. Supporting a private sector export-led growth. Mr. Speaker, the new administration is fully committed to advancing an export-led growth model. A development budget of 0.93 billion will be proposed to support this agenda. Integral to this priority is unlocking global value chain opportunities for export markets. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to attract quality investments. And in this regard, government has completed the feasibility study on the establishment of commercial dispute resolution framework. Botswana currently has no court specially dedicated to resolving commercial disputes, and it takes an average of 660 days to resolve a commercial case. We will establish commercial courts to reduce turnaround time and resolve commercial cases in the 2025-26 financial year. Feasibility studies are in place to inform the administration's review of the Arbitration Act of 1959 during the 25-26 financial year and to address the challenges identified. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank released their Business Ready report in October 2024. The report, which replaces the flagship Doing Business report, assessed 50 economies on regulatory framework, public service, and operational efficiency. This report highlights that Botswana performs moderately well in regulatory frameworks and operational efficiency, but identifies shortcomings in public service delivery, particularly e-services, as barriers to developing a robust private sector. And to address these challenges, the new administration is making significant progress in digitizing the work and residence permit system with the new digital platform, expected to go live before end of the current financial year. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank's Business Readiness Report of 24 identifies shortcomings in public service delivery, particularly e-services, as barriers to developing a robust private sector. We are working to digitize and improve processes to make it possible to do business more freely and easier in the new Botswana. Macroeconomic performance and outlook, the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the global economy has faced a series of shocks which have limited growth potential and prolonged recovery across most economic jurisdictions. The January 2025 World Economic Outlook update of the International Monetary Fund estimates global growth at 3.2% and 3.3% in 2024 and 2025, respectively. Among the major drivers of this growth are advanced countries, which are estimated to grow by 1.7% in 2024 and 1.9% in 2025. Growth in emerging markets and developing economies is expected to remain broadly unchanged at 4.2% in both 2024 and 2025. The sub-Saharan region is expected to grow by 3.8% in 2024, before picking up to 4.2% in 2025, while the SADC region is expected to grow by 2.5% in 2024 and 3.3% in 2025. This projected growth might be revised downwards if global risks heighten. The domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, consistent with global economic developments, the domestic performance remains subdued, directly impacted by the slump in the diamond market. And as a result, we find ourselves in a very tight fiscal place. Mr. Speaker, the economy grew by 3.2% in 23 compared to 5.5% in 22, reflecting lower than expected global demand for diamonds. In 2024, the domestic economy actually declined. It declined by 3.3% during the first 3 quarters of the year, compared to positive growth of 3.5% in the same period in 2023. The decline in GDP, Mr. Speaker, is attributable to 22.9% and 44.1% contraction in mining and diamond traders sectors, respectively. The non-mining sector grew on average by 4.2% in the first 3 quarters of 24, somewhat cushioning the economy, the domestic economy, against what would have been a much more significant decline. Our latest estimates project the domestic economy at minus 3.1% in 2024. In 2025, the economy is projected to grow below its potential at 3.3%. This growth outlook is premised on recovery of the diamond industry, which is expected in the latter part of 2025, and continued positive sentiments in the non-diamond mining sectors. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, inflation has significantly declined from its record high experienced in 2022. As at December 24, the inflation rate stood at 1.7% lower than 3.5% in December 23. Inflation is expected to remain within the objective range of 3 to 6% in the medium term, thereby ensuring price stability. Monetary policy rate. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy was conducted in the context of projected low inflation, which during 2024 trended within the medium-term inflation objective of 3 to 6%. This, Mr. Speaker, provided scope for maintenance of an accommodative monetary policy. Therefore, the Bank of Botswana maintained a monetary policy rate of 1.9% in 2024 and reduced the primary reserve requirement from 2.5% to 0.0% in December 2024 in order to address structural liquidity shortages and stimulate economic activity. The external sector and foreign exchange reserves. Mr. Speaker, the country has experienced a significant decline in foreign exchange reserves from a peak of 84.9 billion pula in December 2015 to 56.6 billion pula as of the end of 2024. The decline was mainly a reflection of the developments in the current account, largely driven by the diamond market. The current account balance recorded a deficit of 13.2 billion in the 9 months to September 2024, a significant deterioration from a surplus of 6.3 billion during the same period in 2015. Mr. Speaker, while the current level of foreign exchange reserves is above the international benchmark of about 3 months, it remains a major concern for this administration. To contextualize this, it means that with a sudden stop of capital inflow, Botswana will only be able to import all its non-diamond goods and services for only 7 months. This is low by our historical standards. However, it is worth noting that out of the 53.6 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves, government portion amounts to a disappointing low of 2 billion pula. This is worrisome, Mr. Speaker, and calls for significant belt tightening across all ministries and all state-owned enterprises. Risks to the macro-fiscal outlook. Mr. Speaker, our macroeconomic environment remains uncertain and subject to significant downward risks. The risk of intensified geopolitical tensions, climate shocks, and global trade fragmentation, driven by escalating tariff disputes between major economies such as China and the United States and the Eurozone, is also imminent. These, coupled with emerging risks of a new virus in China, could exacerbate supply chain disruptions, destabilize global capital flows, dampen prospects for recovery in China, which is a major consumer of our diamonds. Mr. Speaker, if this virus is not successfully contained, it could significantly affect trade and supply chains, derail growth and economic recovery, especially in countries with limited shock absorbers and lower buffers such as Botswana. Supply chains could also be disrupted by potential escalation of global trade wars, such as the one we see between the United States and Canada, reigniting commodity price shocks and triggering inflation pressures, requiring tight monetary policy responses. Mr. Speaker, at a time when our fiscal buffers are depleted, any global crisis akin to the 2008-09 financial crisis or COVID-19 pandemic will be very difficult to manage. And in the context of macroeconomic stability and rebuilding buffers, not only will this compromise the already dire situation, but it will also compromise the ability to implement agile policy interventions needed to strengthen resilience and improve competitiveness and achieve export-led growth, among others. Mr. Speaker, domestically, the main risks continue to stem from difficulties in the diamond sector. The materialization of this risk could disrupt Botswana's economic growth trajectory and government spending plan. Mr. Speaker, continuous deviations from fiscal consolidation plans while maintaining high levels of spending without due consideration of the uncertain prospects in revenue streams compromises our fiscal sustainability. Specifically, delays in fiscal consolidation threaten government's ability to rebuild fiscal buffers or to reduce the flexibility to respond to future economic shocks and increase the likelihood of sovereign credit rating downgrade. Mr. Speaker, with the limited options to draw from government savings, this puts pressure on public finances and increases the risk of debt distress. Policy intervention, therefore, needs to be steadfast and restoring fiscal discipline, and more importantly, rebuilding our buffers. Mr. Speaker, other risks to the macro-fiscal profile include climate-related challenges, such as extreme weather events, SOE risk due to fragmented institutional oversight and reporting arrangements, the under-execution of development budget, the ongoing challenges in our utilities industries, particularly water supply challenges in remote areas, and lower than expected energy supply due to recurring defects and maintenance works at Murupule Power B station, and inadequate capacity to appraise, prioritize, monitor, and evaluate development projects. These challenges have the potential to disrupt business operations with negative implications on overall economic growth. However, we are determined to put in place an effective management strategy of these risks to safeguard our fiscal sustainability and ensure the resilience against unforeseen shocks. Fiscal strategy. Mr. Speaker, any delays in restoring fiscal sustainability, fiscal consolidation, or delays in strengthening fiscal discipline undermine future intergenerational equity. Such delays also reduce the capacity to accumulate fiscal buffers and limit government's ability to respond effectively to socio-economic shocks. Mr. Speaker, fiscal buffers are what cushioned the nation during the global financial crisis of 2008-2009 and during the COVID-19 pandemic. We survived both occurrences because of healthy balances. When the financial crisis hit, the balance on the government investment account, GIA, stood at 30.5 billion, and the total foreign exchange reserves were 68.6 billion. Likewise, when the first case of COVID-19 was reported in Botswana, foreign exchange reserves were 65.3 billion, while GIA stood at 18.3 billion. Today, as I stand before you, both the foreign exchange reserves and the GIA are at historical low levels and fast declining. On the other hand, the government's financial position has also been deteriorating as financial buffers are down and debt accumulated. Mr. Speaker, the government's net financial assets has fallen by more than 50% of GDP, from 31% of GDP in 2008-2009 to minus 24% of GDP by the end of November 2024. Mr. Speaker, this trend is unsustainable and is questionable from an intergenerational perspective, as it means we are consuming assets now rather than preserving these for future generations. We are determined to turn around these circumstances. And yes, we will turn around these circumstances. As an urgent response, I wish to reassure the people of Botswana that the new government remains resolute in committing to fiscal consolidation plans and rebuilding buffers. Our fiscal strategy hinges on effective revenue maximization, public expenditure efficiency, and implementation of a robust debt management strategy. Review of tax legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the comprehensive review of tax legislation is progressing well and is now at an advanced stage. This initiative aims to modernize and simplify our tax laws, ensuring that our tax framework remains robust, efficient, and aligned with current economic realities. I am pleased to announce that we intend to present 3 bills to this honorable House during the 2025-26 financial year. We intend to enact a new Tax Administration Act which aims to harmonize tax rules in value-added tax and income tax acts, reduce compliance time for taxpayers, and eliminate duplication in filing and paying of taxes. We will repeal and reenact the VAT Act to modernize and broaden its scope to encompass modern business practices. The plan is also to repeal and reenact the Income Tax Act to consolidate and modernize the way we address global business trends and international tax issues. Revenue maximization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to effectively generate, manage, and optimize financial resources. We will optimize existing revenue streams, broaden our tax base, and minimize inefficiencies and leakages in our system. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide an update on some revenue maximization initiatives implemented by BRS. I must, however, indicate that the implementation of these initiatives relies on the completion of our intended comprehensive tax legislation review. First is the introduction of VAT on digital trade. The project aims to broaden VAT tax base within the rapidly growing digital economy and also seeks to promote fair taxation by ensuring a level playing field where both traditional and digital businesses are subject to the same tax obligations. The project is anticipated to be completed by September 2025. And second is developing the electronic VAT invoicing solution as part of improving revenue collection efficiency. This project will enable real-time tracking of VAT transactions, benefiting both businesses and BRS by enhancing compliance and ensuring accurate reporting. The planned completion date for this project is March 2026. Third, the development of a fiscal marking and monitoring solution, commonly known as track and trace, to enforce compliance, curb illicit trade in excisable goods, and safeguard government revenue. This solution aims to ensure compliance with excise regulations while minimizing disruptions to legitimate business activities and safeguarding consumers from illicit goods. The project will be completed by September 2025. Mr. Speaker, to further improve compliance and revenue collection, inspections on imported goods to enhance compliance at ports of entry have been intensified. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned with the bottlenecks that exist at Martin's Drift and Tlokweni border gates, and at how these bottlenecks are an impediment to smooth regional trade. We are in conversation with the South African authorities and hope to find long-lasting solutions. Mr. Speaker, the construction of facilities at Pioneer Gate is well underway and is expected to be fully completed by end of February 2025. These developments aim to facilitate smoother trade and enhance economic ties between Botswana and its neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, to enhance our our domestic resource mobilization, we propose a 1.5% increase for both the corporate tax and the last bracket of the personal income tax, the top earners. Even with this adjustment, Botswana's tax rates will remain among the lowest in the region. Currently, Botswana's tax to GDP ratio stands approximately 13%, below the African average of 16% and the SACU average of 20%. Mr. Speaker, to complement these measures, we will strengthen the capacity of BERS by investing in technology-driven solutions to improve efficiency, enhance compliance, and facilitate seamless online tax collections. These efforts are essential in ensuring a more robust and sustainable revenue base to support national development. Further, to facilitate trade and align to regional and international best practices, Botswana has requested for assistance from the World Customs Organization and the European Union Africa to automate advanced ruling program for the Botswana Unified Revenue Service. Advanced ruling allows the taxpayer to make a pre-arrangement with BERS regarding classification, applicable duty rates, including finding out if there are any preferential tax treatment for country of origin for the goods. Mr. Speaker, this gives the taxpayer some level of certainty on the would-be applicable duties on the goods to be imported and their treatment thereof. As a result, advanced rulings by nature are binding and promote harmonization and standardization of national treatment of goods passing through our ports of entry. This also goes a long way in assisting traders with their cash flow management. Public expenditure efficiency. We are working gradually, Mr. Speaker, to reduce financial support to commercial state-owned enterprises and local authorities. We will work with local authorities to adopt proactive approaches to maximize and diversify their revenue streams. We will encourage local authorities to enhance their own financial independence via innovative avenues, such as public-private partnerships, income-generating asset investments, and local resource development. Stable and financially independent local authorities are better positioned to boost economic activity within communities and enhance service delivery, ensuring that the needs of our citizens are met effectively. The public finance management reforms. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is at the forefront of public finance management reforms, which form a vital component of broader public reforms. The new administration is committed to strengthening the implementation of these reforms to ensure responsible management of public funds by establishing clear, consistent rules and procedures for budgeting, for spending, and for reporting. These reforms, Mr. Speaker, are essential for improving the efficiency, accountability, and transparency of government financial operations. The strategic focus of the reforms will center on 5 key areas: national budgeting, public investment management, revenue generation, public procurement, and accounting and reporting. By streamlining the PFM reforms program, we aim to achieve greater precision, optimize economic outcomes, and minimize opportunities for corruption and mismanagement, which undermine public trust in government institutions. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to share with this House some of the cost containment and revenue maximization initiatives that are being inspired by these reforms. We will push at scale the maintenance of buildings by our brigades. We will install both water and electricity meters in all BDF camps, police camps, and prisons, and as well as in their institutional houses to reduce subsidies. We will install underground water harvesting systems at the mass media complex and the Attorney General's chambers. We will value residential, commercial, and industrial properties at the local authorities and reintroduce express service for the production of national passports, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, let me talk a little bit about debt management. Mr. Speaker, as at December 2024, total public debt, including sovereign guarantees, amounted to 17.01 billion pula. This consisted of 44.53 billion in domestic debt and 26.47 billion in external debt. Total public debt as a proportion of GDP is estimated as 25.75%, which is within the statutory threshold of 40%. However, this could worsen if the fiscal deficit persists into the medium term, increasing the risk of sovereign debt distress. Mr. Speaker, our 3-year medium-term debt strategy gives prominence to domestic resource mobilization away from external borrowing through issuance of government securities under government bond issuance program of 55 billion. The strategy was motivated by the need to develop the local currency bond market and to provide investment options for repatriated funds following the amendment of the Retirement Funds Act. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure optimization of various sources of financing by exploring a framework of cascade. This framework ensures that commercially viable projects use private funding, while government will support projects with commercial potential through blended financing and the use of triple Ps to enhance their bankability. I will say a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about budget execution. Mr. Speaker, we are taking steps to address the aforementioned challenges and to improve accountability, efficiency, and effective deployment of our public finances. In 2025-26 financial year, we will, among other things, introduce a mid-year budget statement. We will strengthen the existing medium-term fiscal framework. We will reform the design and implementation of social welfare programs and introduce public expenditure reviews. Further, Mr. Speaker, we will introduce a multi-stage project appraisal process and complete the review of the Public Finance Management Act. I now turn to the 2023-24 financial year budget outturn. Mr. Speaker, before I present the 25-26 budget proposals, allow me to first provide an overview of the budget performance of the past financial year, 2023-24, as well as the current year, 24-25. Mr. Speaker, building a surplus budget is a journey that requires determination, collaboration, and shared sacrifice. I am confident that together we can steer our economy towards a path of financial sustainability and prosperity for all our people. Mr. Speaker, the overall preliminary budget outturn for financial 23-24 shows a deficit of 11.11 billion, of 4.2% of GDP. The deficit is higher than the projected deficit of 7.130 billion pula for the financial year 2023-2024. This represents a deterioration from the financial year 2022-23, where a marginal deficit was recorded. Mr. Speaker, total revenues and grants for the year 23-24 period amounted to 74.26 billion compared to 74.1 billion registered in the financial year 2022-2023. The low revenue is mainly due to the weaker than expected performance of the diamond market. Mr. Speaker, for the 2023-24 financial year, total expenditure and net lending, on the other hand, amounted to 85.37 billion, lower than the revised budget of 88.79 billion. This compares to 74.1 billion recorded in the financial year 2022-2023. Recurrent expenditure for the year amounted to 64.9 billion against revised budget of 67.93 billion, while development expenditure for same period amounted to 20.52 billion compared to its revised budget estimate of 21.06 1.01 billion. I now turn to 2024-2025 financial year revised budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, the 2024-25 financial year is expected to record a much wider deficit than initially anticipated. This is largely driven by a substantial drop in mineral revenue, which has been revised downwards to 8.7 billion from 25.19 billion in the original budget. In this regard, total revenues and grants are now estimated at 68.69 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure and net lending for 24-25 financial year, on the other hand, is estimated at 93.42 billion pula from the original budget of 102.58 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, in view of the above mentioned, the revised deficit is expected to be 24.73 billion, which is 9% of GDP, compared to 8.99 billion pula, which is 3.2% of GDP in the original budget. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the financial year budget proposal, 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the first budget proposals of the 13th Parliament under the new administration. As already indicated earlier, the 2025-26 budget was prepared under unfavorable economic and financial conditions. Total revenue and grants. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for financial year 25-26 are projected at 75.49 billion pula. The largest contributor continues to be Southern African Customs Union revenue, which is estimated at 24.36 billion pula. The second largest contributor is non-mineral income tax, which is projected to attain 19.01 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, the mineral revenue is estimated at 15.75 billion pula. VAT collections are projected to register 12.1 billion pula. Meanwhile, revenue income from the Bank of Botswana is projected at 700 million pula in the financial year 2025-2026. The remaining 3.58 billion is anticipated to be accounted for by other revenues and grants. Total expenditure and net lending. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure and net lending is estimated at 97.61 billion pula for the financial year 2025-2026. And of this amount, total recurrent expenditure is projected to reach 72.61 billion pula, while development expenditure is estimated at 23.7 billion pula, with net lending of minus 140.21 million pula. Statutory expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I wish to apprise this Honorable House on this specific item. Statutory expenditure is made up of financial obligations that government is legally required to meet as per the provisions of the law. These expenditures are mandated by existing legislation and are thus considered non-discretionary, meaning that government is obligated to fund them regardless of prevailing fiscal circumstances. Mr. Speaker, total statutory expenditure is estimated at 22.7 billion pula for the financial year 2025-2026, which is a decrease of 2.6 billion pula, or 10.8%, compared to the 2024-25 revised budget of 25.46 billion. The decrease is partly attributable to the maturity of bond BOTS GB 0325 in March 2025, as well as the netting off the once-off budget amount for the acquisition of land from Tati Company and Sam Estate, which has already been purchased. Mr. Speaker, the proposed statutory expenditure estimates will also cater for normal public debt servicing obligations, government's pension contribution for civil servants to the Botswana Public Officers Pension Fund, amounting to 4.67 billion pula, which is an increase of 1.06 billion pula from the financial year 2024-2025. The increase is due to anticipated annual salary increment and pension contribution areas for C-band officers. The amount also includes salaries and allowance for specified officers, amounting to 75 million pula, public debt interest amounting to 3.15 billion pula, and miscellaneous payments amounting to 375 million pula. Ministerial recurrent budget. Mr. Speaker, the proposed ministerial recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 amounts to 65.95 billion, reflecting an increase of 2.2 billion or 3.5% compared to current year's approved budget. The growth is mainly due to incremental notch for civil servants, opening of new district offices under the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, resuscitation of the Bargaining Council, operationalization of the critical agencies such as the Drug Enforcement Agency and the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Weapons Management Authority, and the leasing of vehicles for some departments as well as the Meat Industry Regulatory Authority. However, an increase in overall budget was largely offset by the reduction in the allocations for COVID-19, the non-inclusion of once-off items such as the provision for the operational costs for elections, terminal benefits for councillors and members of parliament, among others. Mr. Speaker, the largest share of the proposed ministerial recurrent budget amounting to 12.55 billion or 19% is allocated to the Ministry for State President to coordinate government business as well as safeguard and promote good governance. Following the rationalization of ministerial portfolios, the bulk of the proposed budget will cover operational costs for Botswana Police Service, Botswana Defence Force, the DEA, the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Weapons Management Authority at an amount of 9.79 billion pula, or 78%. The budget will also cover the absorption of special constables into Botswana Police service. The provision for termination allowance, copyright and authors' fees, carrying out special investigations by the DCEC, as well as the National AIDS and Health Promotion Agency activities. A budgetary provision has also been made under the ministry for the operational costs of the Directorate of Intelligence and Security. Mr. Speaker, the new Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education has been allocated the second largest share, amounting to 11.6 billion, which represents 17.7% of the ministerial recurrent budget. The renewed mandate of the ministry is to strengthen the educational system with particular focus on the elementary stage, as well as refocus children's rights and welfare in order to address the challenges faced by children from diverse backgrounds. The bulk of the budget covers teachers' salaries and allowances, development of child welfare policies and programs, including provision of sanitary pads for students, as well as payment of service charges in schools, staff and operational costs under the Botswana Examinations Council and Botswana Teaching Professionals Council. The proposed budget will also cover food and textbooks for pupils, provision of temporary teachers, and curriculum development to enhance knowledge and skills. Mr. Speaker, the third largest share of proposed budget, amounting to 11.27 billion pula, or 17.1%, will be allocated to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. This represents an increase of 1.79 billion, or 18.9%, over the 24-25 approved budget, following the transfer of the primary healthcare and culture components of this ministry. The proposed budget is geared towards improving efficiency in service delivery, local governance, social development, and to promote culture and traditional activities. The largest provision for the ministry goes to revenue support grants to district and urban councils, which accounts for 5.24 billion, or 46.5% of the ministry's proposed recurrent budget. The proposed budget also caters for food supplies for health facilities and primary schools, which will be procured for from local farmers to boost local economic development in line with the homegrown school feeding framework. Mr. Speaker, a provision of 492 million is proposed to improve the delivery of primary healthcare services at the local authorities. The proposed budget will also provide the increase in the old age pension allowance, as I have already indicated, from 830 monthly per beneficiary to 1,400 per month, procurement of furniture and equipment for tribal administration, as well as maintenance of customary courts and promotion of culture. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health takes the fourth largest share, amounting to 8.9 billion, which is a decline by 480 million, or 7.98% of the 2024-25 approved budget. This decline is mainly due to the transfer of the primary health care to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. The provision will finance operational costs of the ministry headquarters and health facilities across the country and mitigate risks of infections and spread or resurgence of diseases. The budget allocation also provides for public officers' medical aid scheme, the procurement of laboratory supplies and equipment, medical and surgical equipment, vaccines, drugs, including ARVs, and fees for medical specialists. The proposed budget will also cover transfers to state-owned enterprises under this ministry, namely Sekitumile Masire Teaching Hospital and Botswana Medical Regulatory Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Higher Education has been newly established, and as a result of this separation from basic education and higher education, the proposed budget for this ministry is 4.66 billion, or 7.1%, representing the fifth largest share. The bulk of the proposed allocation covers the operational costs of the SOEs under this ministry. Other cost drivers are payment of allowances to tertiary education students and their medical examination and operational costs for the Institute of Health Sciences and the brigades. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance takes the sixth largest share, amounting to 3.06 billion pula. The amount has grown by 4.6%, or 120 million pula, over the current year's approved budget of 2.94 billion. The major cost drivers of the recommended budget are the tertiary education tuition fees and transfers to parastatals under this ministry. The increase is also attributable to a budget allocation to the Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the provision also covers the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group activities in preparation for the next round of mutual evaluation, engagement and promotional activities by the ministry. The activities will position Botswana as a regional hub for training on anti-money laundering and the financing of terrorism. In addition, the proposed budget allocation will cover the operationalization of the Institute for Combating Illicit Financial Flows, established in collaboration with the University of Botswana to maintain the country's good standing, among others. Mr. Speaker, the government has combined the lands and agriculture portfolios under the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture in order to streamline services and thereby ensure expeditious provision of services. The proposed budget for this ministry amounts to 2.44 billion, or 3.7%, taking the seventh largest share. The proposed budget is intended to boost food security, support smallholder farmers, and create jobs across the country. In addition, the budget will cover land policy formulation, implementation, monitoring, and management to enhance equity and productivity. The proposed budget will also cater for the subventions to the land boards, to the National Agricultural Research and Development Institute, to the Meat Industry Regulatory Authority, to the Botswana Meat Commission Maung, and the Tsabong Abattoir. Mr. Speaker, the proposed budget for the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure amounts to 1.94 billion pula. This represents 7.6% decline over the previous year approved budget of 2.1 billion pula. The decline is mainly due to the transfer of the housing component of the ministry to the newly established Ministry of Water and Human Settlement. The proposed budget will cover operating costs at district offices, procurement of fuel for government vehicles, maintenance of roads, buildings, vehicles, and other plants. The allocation will also cover salaries and allowances for the newly assembled Catalyst project team, subventions to SOEs under the ministry, provision for housing, rentals, road transport operations, and agency fees. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Entrepreneurship takes the 9th share amounting to 1.17 billion or 1.8%. The ministry has been restructured to include some of the functions of the former Ministry of Entrepreneurship. The major cost driver of the recommended budget is the allocation to the SOEs under the ministry, amounting to 873 million pula. These SOEs play an important role in providing the platform for value chain development, which will facilitate the establishment of a vibrant, diversified, and competitive industries through advocacy, business capacitation, education on entrepreneurship. The proposed budget allocation will also cover operational costs attributed to collaborations and consultations on the core business of trade development, enterprise development, and industry development. Mr. Speaker, the reorganization of government ministries has resulted in the transfer of prisons and rehabilitation services to the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services. An amount of 1.02 billion or 1.5% is proposed to be allocated to the ministry to provide judicial and legal services, to dispose civil and criminal cases, protect and promote human rights, promote alternative dispute resolution, as well as correctional services. The bulk of the budget covers salaries for staff, costs for utilities at prison facilities, food for inmates, and subvention to Legal Aid Botswana. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 7.17 billion, or 10.9%, of total ministerial recurrent budget will be shared by other ministries and extra-ministerial departments. Development budget. Mr. Speaker, the proposed development budget expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 amounts to 23.75 billion pula, a decline of 6.32 billion pula, or 21.02% over the 2024-25 approved budget. However, Mr. Speaker, given the financial status of the country, this development budget shall be deployed efficiently to actualize the promises of the new Botswana in a phased and sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, as I have already indicated earlier in my speech, the distribution of national development budget across priority areas comprises of 11.5 billion for modernizing and transforming infrastructure, 9.81 billion for improving quality of life, 1.47 billion for innovation and digital transformation, and 0.93 billion for supporting private sector-led growth. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure has been allocated the largest share of the budget amounting to 4.31 billion or 18.1% for the financial year 2025-26 to fund the construction of road networks that will facilitate smooth transportation of goods and services enhance market access and boost trade, and attract investment. Out of this amount, a sum of 3.7 billion will be allocated for the continuation of ongoing road projects, including Tsesebe Mosojani Masunga Road, Makalamabedi Mutopi Road, Mandunyani Shashemoke Road, Borolon Chadibe Matangwani Road, Moshopa Manyana Road, Mokolodi Access Road, Tloanima Khodi Road, Borobadilepe Mokatako Road with access road to Lohahani and Pihetswani, Hansi New Tari Road, Jihawane Ntlantle Road, Radisele Pilikwe Road, Kahai Access Road, Mabule Sikutlani Road, Tamaha Kubung Road, Midie Linzoletau Road, Matit Bray Veda Road. The budget will also cover output and performance-based road contract projects, being Mankhodi Junction Kanye Road with associated access roads, Rakuna Tlaresilele Pizani Molopo Mabule Road and associated access roads, as well as traffic signal modernization and centralized traffic for Greater Gaborone. A budget provision has also been made for ongoing road projects implemented through the development manager model, including Maung Mohembo, Francistown Nata Maung, Mohoditsani Gabani Mankhodi, Rasisa Lentsoletau, Mahetwe Hatsaletadi, Dipuduhudu, Palape Martins Drift, Nata Kasani, Mudipani, Mabalani, Mulepole, Bypass Lechaking, Kaudwani, Mohembo, Hodijwa, Ote Dibete. Furthermore, funding has been availed for the design of roads being access to CBD and 3 grade intersections at Molapo Crossing, Block 8 Traffic Circle, and Airport Junction. Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector serves as a gateway to the world, linking our country to global markets and opportunities in today's interconnected landscape. And in this regard, an amount of 351 million will cater for aviation projects, which entail maintenance of airports, upgrading of CAAB ICT equipment, Maung Airport development, improvements of existing airport security and safety systems, improvement of aviation security systems, and improvement of surveillance of Botswana airspace. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, railway infrastructure forms the backbone of industrial and logistical operations, as well as a cost-effective and environmentally sustainable mode of transportation. And to this end, a total budget of 156 million will cater for rail projects, which include rehabilitation of Limpopo Corridor, Botswana Railway workshop equipment, feasibility studies for Mamabula, Lephalale, and Musetsi Kazungula Railway. The 2025-26 development budget is also inclusive of ICT projects such as local area network upgrade, ICT equipment, as well as computerization of driver tests. Mr. Speaker, the second largest share of the proposed development budget at 3.48 billion, or 14.6%, goes to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. The focus under this ministry is to support vulnerable populations and promote social cohesion, as well as strengthen culture and heritage. The proposed budget will cater for different programs, including social welfare, local government infrastructure and services, development of primary education services, and tribal administration infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of State President is allocated the third largest share of the proposed budget at 3.33 billion, or 14%. The larger portion of this budget will be used to strengthen security organs by funding programs and acquisition of equipment for protection of territorial integrity of the country, combat crime, and provide safe custodial care and correction to offenders through effective rehabilitation and reintegration programs. The proposed budget will also be used to fund projects that will facilitate village connectivity to accelerate access to digital space. Mr. Speaker, given the increase in climatic shocks, prioritizing investment in modern ways of farming and industries, as well as promoting green energy initiatives, is essential. In this regard, an amount of 2.88 billion, or 12.1%, is being proposed for the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture to transform and modernize the agricultural sector. The budget is intended for projects and programs that will enhance agricultural productivity, food security, as well as development of sustainable farming practices that ensure long-term prosperity for all Botswana. The bulk of the budget will mainly support programs that are aimed at supporting the country's food security and agricultural export efforts. The budget will also cover land management projects under the ministry, which include preparation of spatial plans, surveying of plots and land acquisition in preparation for land allocation. Provision is also made for land servicing projects. Mr. Speaker, access to safe drinking water and improved sanitation are some of the fundamental pillars of human dignity and development. In that regard, the proposed development budget for the Ministry of Water Affairs and Human Settlement for 2025-2026 financial year is 2.84 billion pula, or 12%, to provide quality water, sanitation services, and infrastructure across entirety of Botswana. A budget allocation amounting to 194 million will cater for social housing projects, namely Bonno Housing Scheme, Integrated Poverty Alleviation and Housing Scheme, the revamping of it, the Public Officers Housing Scheme for officers on D4 salary and below, and district housing. Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude under the ministry with the recurring issue of over-expenditure in water and sanitation projects, caused by persistent cost overruns. A clear example of this unacceptable situation is the Kanye Sanitation Project, which had an original contract of about 724 million pula, but incurred cost overruns of 2.9 billion, leading to a revised contract sum of 3.63 billion. This is unacceptable going forward, and I have already stated measures now being put into place to curb and avoid this. Mr. Speaker, the proposed development budget for the Ministry of Minerals and Energy is 2.66 billion, or 11.2%, which represents sixth largest share of total development budget. The bulk of the funds amounting to 1.6 billion are allocated to the Botswana Power Corporation for purposes of power importation into the country, as well as facilitate annual loan repayment during the 2025-26 financial year. Other projects that are funded include Phase 2 of the Northwest Electricity Grid, rural electrification and network extension, as well as network reinforcement. The budget will also cater for key projects under the Integrated Resource Plan, which has targeted 30% renewable contribution by year 2030. Furthermore, funds have been allocated for the implementation of the Hansi Oil Depot, which is one of the strategic oil projects, as well as rehabilitation of old mines. Mr. Speaker, the remaining ministries and departments share the balance of the proposed development budget of 4.25 billion, or 17.9%. The budget provision will cater for major projects, including construction and refurbishment of education, health, and other government facilities countrywide. Kasane Kazungula redevelopment project and implementation of the National Tourism Strategy and Master Plan. Innovation, research and development, roofing and of the Francistown Stadium, and the National Retail Payment Switch that I spoke about earlier. The overall balance and financing. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance for the financial year 25-26 is a budget deficit projected to reach 22.12 billion, or 7.5% of GDP. This deficit is expected to be financed by different sources, including domestic and external borrowing. This financing strategy will be executed without compromising the objective of growing the domestic capital market and debt sustainability, as the projections indicate that total debt to GDP will remain within the statutory limit of 40% of GDP. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all Botswana for exercising their democratic right to have trusted this new administration of the Umbrella for Democratic Change with their livelihoods, as well as entrusting us with their beloved country. Change may take time, but brighter days are ahead and within reach. Thukwi urile ke lobelo, marota a re ke namile. This means that in life, one should not believe that one can do it alone. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the proposed budget for 2025-26 financial year triggers important fiscal policy questions on fiscal consolidation, on fiscal discipline, on fiscal sustainability, on budget credibility, on the financing of the deficit and its implications on debt sustainability. With a projected deficit that exceeds the ideal threshold of 4% of GDP, our commitment to conducting fiscal policy is in line with global best practice is more critical than before. This calls for stringent measures and actions to improve productivity and deliver more with less, improve operational efficiency in public procurement processes, utilize e-services to deliver government commitments, as well as maximize revenue collection. Therefore, I wish to assure the people of Botswana that wasteful spending corrupt practices, revenue leakages, and any form of maladministration under this new administration will find no home. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Botswana, I wish to also express my gratitude for the technical, financial, and in-kind assistance we have received over the years and continue to receive in this new Botswana. To all our development partners, bilateral and multilateral institutions, as well as private entities, the new administration is committed to deepening engagement and strengthening our partnerships through enhanced cooperation. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to our development partners, bilateral and multilateral institutions, as well as private entities. Your unwavering support remains invaluable and greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest gratitude to the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Finance and the public service at large. Your tireless work forms the quiet rhythm of a nation that is in progress. For your service, I offer my heartfelt thank yous. Mr. Speaker, this speech, this moment, would be incomplete without honoring the late Homolemo Motsoaledi. His legacy is woven into the very fabric of our progress, a guiding force that continues to inspire. Mr. Speaker, we remember him not in sorrow, but in gratitude. May his soul rest in eternal peace, knowing that the seeds he planted continue to bear fruit. I am also privileged, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge two guiding lights of my journey, men of wisdom whose counsel has been both an anchor and compass. From the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, the esteemed former Minister of Finance, Timothy Tahane, is here for this occasion, as well as from Ghana, the distinguished Dr. Kwaku. Their wisdom has been a lantern through the mist of uncertainty. I thank our elders who have guided us in this march to the new Botswana. Comrade Molapisi, I thank him. Comrade Professor Muluzi, I thank him. Comrade Manasha, I thank her. Comrade Re Gaborone, I thank him. Comrade Resogopolo, I thank him. Comrade Matsekiso, I thank her. I thank the people of Botswana, all of you, every single one of you. And of course, I thank the people of Gaborone, Bonington South. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to my siblings and members of my family, you are the roots that hold me steady. In your unwavering belief, I have found the strength to climb. To all who have walked with me, guided me, and stood beside me, this moment is as much yours as it is mine. And of course, finally, it has been such a privilege to walk and work with a courageous and determined President of the Republic of the New Botswana. It has been a great privilege to walk and work with this great cabinet and members of parliament and the leaders that are here. And I say, and with these words, Mr. Speaker, I now move that the appropriation 2025-2026 bill, 2025 bill number 2 of 2025 be read for the second time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ra go amogela gape wena molebeledi wa rona wa mmegi online. Re tswela ha ne re meeting pele ga Ndaba Gaolathe a tla go neela his budget speech ya 25-26. Me re Raboloko ke tlo go botsa gape ke tlhaloganye gore morago ga theetso ele ya rona ya ga Ndaba ga ne a tswedisa la ntlha goromente wa UDC ba ntsha budget speech. What are your impressions?
Very long speech, as can be expected.
Yeah.
Me o kgona go bona ka ha ne tona ka ntse ka teng o simolotse a bua pele ka seemo se re leng mo go sone a bua ka corruption tshenyetso setšhabeng re bone mo nakong e hetileng a tswelela a bile ke bona gore a seng ka go tsholetsa maikutlo a rona o ka gakologelo a dirisa maoko a go tshwana la we will rise like a phoenix. A seng ka gore a tshologelo gore go a pele there is reason to be positive and optimistic. Me ke bona gape o ka re o re ha le some caution gore e re la go ntse jalo re tla tlhoka gore re thwagale ya re ha sena go dira jalo ke gona ba re ga dipalopalo tsa gore madi a go dirisiwa yang a go hiwa maphata he ka go tsamaya jalo ga one.
Kana irile ga ba tsaya puso mafoko a neng a bua ga thata e le gore le ha se le tshwanne, and that gave like a hopeless situation. Me ke ne ke lemoga gore maiteko a gagwe e ne le go leka go tshegetsa maikutlo a ne a kotometsa a wetse ko tlase. A mme mo maitekong a gagwe a wena o ka re ka neng a presenta ka teng o kgonne go wina batho back into the whole picture.
Irile ha re simolola kgantele re tlhalositse gore o tla tshwanela ke gore a re bolelele boammaaruri o kgonne gore bolelela gore le ha se le tshwanne mme ke bona gore o kgonne go tsholetsa maikutlo a batho ka gore a re o tla ha pension kana pension a ba go ditaya go 1,400 pula re bone le 300 pula o eleng gore o tla hiwa bana ba eleng gore ba ka tlase ga a year old e le tsela ya gore ke re a social grant ke akanya gore o kgonne gore a dise a balance o bona gore o re ka re o tsholeditse maikutlo a bagodi le a batsadi ba bana ba bannye mo ntheng e nngwe gongwe ba e leng gore ba tsamaisa dikompone tsa bone le ba e leng gore ke babereki ba duelwang madi a ko godimo gongwe bone o ka tswa ba dirile mewa ka go tlhalosa gore corporate income tax rate e tla tsholetsega ya go 23.5% le pay as you earn mo di-salary lone e tla tsholetsega ke bona gore go na le ba e leng gore jaaka go tla tswelela go diragala ba tla itumela le ba e leng gore ba tla tlhoka boitumelo ga budget ya go nna yana e ntshiwa
o lebega a tshwentse thata ke wastage kana tshenyo go sa babaleng meamuso ene o na a bua a sa kgwemathe a bua ka tshenyetso setšhaba e le gore ga ba ntse ba kanoka ba lebella ke ngwe ya diphatlha segologolo mo dilong tsa bo procurement and others go lebega no ntse go na le tobekano ga ke itse gore o motule thata ka matshwenyego one a neng a tsholetsa a le gone matshwenyego a me a valid
tona o re hile sekai o buile ka o tlhalositse ka sewage project ya ko Kanye a tlhalosa yalo gore go ne go tloya go dirwa ka 900 million a ke ga gore ba sentle
Yes.
mme heletse e dirwa ka 2.9 billion
Yes.
a clear indication ya gore go ne gona le
Wastage.
total wastage
Eh.
mo dinakong tse di hitleng re kile ra nna ra utlwa go buiwa mo parlamenteng ka ga e leng gore madi a sengwang ka tshenyetso setšhaba ka teng kana ka corruption a ntseng ka teng ke bona gore go raya gore ke so se go lebegang tona le ba dirang le bone ba tasetsang
Ba setse thoko,
ba setse thoko ba bile ba lemoga le gore tota these are the opportunities that you could use to actually tie down or close down on your deficit, basically reduce the wastage that you've had in the past.
Me gape o na gatella ka model wa triple P o ibile ana supa no mola o eta ko parlamenteng o yang go rurihatsa gore kana le go laola le go tsamaisa yone tirisanyo ye ya makgota a ikemetseng ka rosele le a puso go ka ira ditirelo ga ke tsore kganye o etsa ya
o bona ye ya triple P ke bona gore bogolo jang rona ko dibankeng
yes
ke bile ke tswa go beng Gaborone ke gone ha e leng gore re senka go tsaya karolo teng mahatse ka bontse le hatse ka bophara ke gone ko e leng gore ba ile teng ba simotse kana ba lemoga le gore puso ka nosi ga e ka ke a kgona
yes
ga ena madi a go ka re ya ge sekolo ya ge spatela ya ge ditsela mme ha e dira le makalana a ikemetseng ka nosi ba kgona go tsenya madi a bone ba dirise madi a bone go rurihatsa gore se leng gore se toka gore se deliveriwe sa deliveriwa and like I say, this is where the financial services sector, us as banks, come into play. We know the credible partners that government may need to partner with. We know them because these are clients that we bank. We understand their cash flows. We understand their past experiences. So definitely something that we are excited about and looking forward to. And as a bank, obviously, we want to take part, assist in making sure that government achieves its objectives. And that's certainly an area we will play in.
Me go lebega gape tona ana tshwentse ke what I can call project implementation.
Yes.
Especially the di tswa pele ga this financial year. O ile dipalo di se simo sa mmele tsena ga supa gore mo go tsone tsotlhe only 11% has been done.
Yes.
Ga ke itse gore for batho hela ba gompieno ba re lebeletseng re ka ba ra reng ka semo se
ke senka go ikgakolla dipalopalo tsa teng ke gakogela gore o ka rona a bua ka NDP kana ka second transitional national development
yes
a tlhalosa jalo gore go heditswe 11.2%, 40.5% are ongoing, 48.3% ga di ise di simolole.
yes
Se se ra hela gore ha ile gore o ne o solohetse spatela o nnang teng gongwe ga sena go nna teng se santse se tata kana se santse sa agiwa kana ga se simolodisiwa mme ke tsone dikgang tsa inefficiency tsa ne a bua ka tsone gore makalana a ikemetseng ka nosi kana the private sector ba kgona gore ba simolodise go aga mmolo from the ground a go heletsa mo sebakeng sa ngwaga kana ngwaga tse pedi mme mo nakong e tshwanang jaaka go ne go buiwa ka project ya go kanye a project is not delivered. So definitely another area where that triple P model can be looked at as a way of trying to make government more efficient and make sure that it delivers on its mandate.
Ona o bua kgante jana gore o bua ka tsholetso ya madi ona ba godi a nentse le kganya mo ruthutha kala me bone bana ba tsholetse 1.8 from 800 so me government a ro ka bana 1.4 me government a ba a tsholetsa le tsogo la gago a re bomme ba na leng bana o ka ba tshegetsa a ba totobisa ka go ba neela 300 pula ga ke itsola mme ga o lebeletse ka ha neng a bua ka teng gore the budget is so tight a mme ke sengwe se se ka nnang feasible hela in the immediate period.
He has committed. He has come out to the public and he has said it and spoken it. The reality is they don't have a choice. They will have to execute on it unless ba ka boela go gore na mona go nyeta ba re nya re ne re lebile jana ga ra ska ra khona kana ga re ka ke ra khona go ya ka tebo ya mathwane ke tsa gore ko Ministry of Finance ba e lebeletse ba dirile dipalo tsa bone jaaka tona tota bile a tlhalositse o ka ile jalo gore dipalo tsa pension le 300 pula di setse di tsentso mo budgeteng
April 1
from April 1 o tlhalositse a le gore gona le kone ba hokotsa teng gore ba kgone go accommodate dilotse so ke tumelo ya me gore ke so se ileng gore budget eta khona gore e sa accommodate going forward.
Kana me the initial promise was that mo malatsing a ntseng a heta ine le gore kana they are going to reduce the age of pensioners from 65 to 60. Do you think given the challenges that we are facing as a country that can be feasible in the immediate period?
So irle ke lebella di palo di supa jalo gore di pensioners mo Botswana di about 100,000 ba ile gore ba duelo yone old age pension ga ke thomamisi gore ba ile gore ba ga re ka dingwaga tsa 60 le 65 ba ile gore ba ka tsenngwa ba tabo ba le kae mme ha o seka o lebella se tona se tlhalositseng tse jeno ga ke bone gore ke so se ileng gore budget e ka kgona go sa accommodate right now o tlhalositse jalo gore re na le a budget deficit re bile go ya pele go tana gona le budget deficit a ba tlhalosa le gore la e re lentswa itsholelo go kaiwa ya le gore e ta gola re itse jalo gore re na bothata ja ditemane re soloela gore ta gona go nna taxi wa ditemane go ya ko bohelelotsong ja ngwagao go ra jalo gore tota mo diemong tse dintseng jana ga ke bone ka ha eleng gore ona ka khona go accommodate that additional number of people tisiwang ke go hokotsa dingwaga tsa ba eleng gore ba bona madi a bagodi
gormenta re o ta thusa bana ba ba setsana ka go ba neela ga ke tsole fokola tswana ke tare diphet mesangwana
another good
ke ngwa so se le gore e bile ga ke gakologelwa it was there mo manifestong wa UDC have a campaign
ke akanya gore it's a good initiative tona o tlhalositse le gore sengwe sa dilo tse e leng gore ba batla go se dira ke improving the quality of life.
Yes.
Re setse nna lo ena re borre me re na le masika leng gore ke ba setsana le bana ba ba setsana me ra itse se se diragalang bogolo jang go ileng gore ke gona le ba thoki boammaaruri ke gore bana ba ga ba e sekolong ka ntata gore ga ba ikatlega ga ba ikatega ke bona gore ke so se ileng gore tota it will improve the quality of life and bring some much needed help and some decency to that quality of life. So quite commendable, and I think it's one of those where you have to say this is the greater good versus a budget deficit.
Me ga re lebeletse dipalo tse tonandeng a di ba tshaba pele ne re soletse re go nna le tshisibalo e tona ya ka ntsa bua ka belt tightening gore go ha dipalo tse di ya go kotomela a me ga o lebile dipalo tse Raboloko a me di lebega di kgaotswe thata tsa di allocation
nyar
definitely go isiwa arabe se se ka tswa se raing ra go kgontshiwa ke eng go ka ba diphata re ntse rena le selelo
irile ke jaaka tlhalositse ba kile ba tsisa go ne ga nna le budget pitso ya re ka December ngogola ba re ga se leng gore ba akanyetsa gore tabo le budget ya bona ha o e lebella o kgona go bona gore tota the expenditure in ntse ya gola generally about 5-6%.
The deficit in the race at 18.
Yeah.
Now it has gone up to 22.
Yes. Ke bona gore mo mogopolong wa gagwe tona ona ke akanya gore ba ne ba lebeletse gore okay this is our expenditure na re mme gone mo ditshenyegelong tse leng gore re na le tsone re ka hokotsa ha kae ona tlhalosa ka bo ditsela kana ha o hokotsa o tshwantse gore o seka se ke gore na re mme ha ke hokotsa ha impact mo setšhabeng ya go nna ha o hokotsa o tshwantse gore o ipotse gore jaaka re akanya ka tsela ya Nata Francistown re itse gore batho ba swa mo gone a mme ha ke hokotsa ka re botshelo ja batho is that cheap ke akanya gore tona o di sekasekile tsotlhe a ba re ta tshwanelwa ke gore re tswelele re dirisa madi mme o gakologele gore go na le mahelo a e leng gore o na nankola gore nya mme ha re ta nna le di-efficiencies ke gakologelo a bua ka o na e bitsa efficiency in process initiative a ka jalo gore ba ta kgona gore gongwe ba collecte di-levy botoka o tlhalositse le gore BURS e ta kgona go collecta lekgetho botoka a bile a supa le gore le devaluation tsa manto a ka jalo gore there are opportunities even in government today for government to collect more money to collect more revenue and to still be able to accommodate ke akanya gore o tsere tshwetso kana ba tsere tshwetso ya gore nya a re ska ra hokotsa thata ko re dirisang madi teng mme a re lekeng gore ha e leng gore re ka godisa letseno teng re le godisa gore re kgone go tswella go accommodate some of the spending they need to do.
Ke rata gape ha na re da go to strengthen oversight institutions like yone PPRA.
Yes.
A go ta mo kabong ya ditirelo.
Yes.
Se se ka re eme gore go tata tswela teng ba bata go neela leader of opposition ko parlamenteng sebaka
ba go hokotsa lefoko la ditiro ka bokete jo bokae ba go oketsa boleng jwa thuto ka bokete jo bokae ba go oketsa boleng jwa botsogo ka bokete bo bokae ba go hokotsa jang dipharologanye ga gare ga ba itsholetseng thata ga ba itlhokang thata mo itsholelong ya rona ke tsone dikgang tse tsone tsa teng re dirisa mopresidente wa UDC ga re tsana mo debating ya budget. Overall, those are my sentiments.
Yes. Is there anyone with a question?
Yes, your first reaction towards the delay of the NDPP and extension of the TNDP by 4 months. What do you think about that?
Well, tomorrow, the likelihood is that we will debate the extension of the Transitional National Development Plan. Because the budget has to be based on a plan. But you will also recall when the ministers spoke, as many percentage of the and the big question tomorrow will be for the minister to show us what it. In the 4 months, they extend that transitional national development plan. I think that is very critical because we do a very small hit them back when it comes.
ga ke tswela sampo o tshwara potswele
o ka nkgakolla morare
okay gongwe me re tole re ko state owned enterprises go ne go lebega gore ke dingwe dintlha tse madi a puso a tsenang ka lemela ebile ba supile matshwenyego a gore ba go dira bojotlhe go rurihatsa gore makalana a ikemetseng ka bonosemele a puso gape ba tshwanetse gore ba enhance efficiency to make sure gore ebile na re in the future ba go hokotsa madi a ntseng ba ba thusa ka one ga ke itse gore o ka reacta to kganyeng
ke bona gore o tlhalositse jalo gore go na le di-parastatals tse e leng gore ba na dingwaga-ngwaga ba sena di-bode
yes
go na dingwaga-ngwaga go sena di-chief executive officer
yes
boammaaruri ke gore makalana a mangwe le rona tota ra itse gore dilo ga di tsamaye sente mme ebile go na le an opportunity go ka tokahatsa ka ha dilo di dirwang ka teng
yes
o nankotse le bo BVI Botswana Vaccine Institute ka jalo gore re na le an opportunity to scale up production re na le an opportunity to diversify production and also an opportunity to export more, create more jobs and certainly earn government a bit more revenue. So quite exciting to hear that. O thalositse jalo le ka BMC a bua ka mismanagement.
ke a go tsena go ke ora kere ga re sibola khantile ne re bua gore temothuo e ka nna nngwe ya dikarolo mo maphata across its sectors or subsectors tse di ka thusang go diversify itsholelo gore kana ditema di a hela re toele le ruri go ka nonotsha itsholelo le ditema di siyo ga ke itse gore sene nga se bua go a kwena se totomatsa maikelo a bona gore ba leke go shake temothuo gore e nne le maduo kana ya kana bua ka BMC o bile le ka BAM go di nonotsha gore di nne madirelo a motia.
That's very correct. It looks based on sana sibua gone ka BMC le bo BAM gore go na le maikaelelo a gore ha di ka dira botoka e le dikompone gongwe di ka thusa go kabakanya itsholelo di ka thusa gore letseno la puso le le tswa mo agriculture kana mo temothuong le nne botoka me di gantse tsotha ke di lebella ke ga gogelwa re bua re ntse kwa gore it will be a matter of how they execute on it gore the commitments have been made the stories have been said beautifully written and presented speech but the proof of the pudding will be in the eating ha ba setse tona o buile bo gore jaga goromente bo buile bo hile direction gore jaanong ha dilo tse tsote di a go diragadiwa ko di ministry le mo maphateng a puso go diragala jang
ke motula re ka ha development budget ha ba a supa proposal ya 11.54 billion ya supang gore e ta leka go nonotsha infrastructure development projects ga ke itse ka tebo ya gago gore re ka umwa eng
yes so development budget ke one gantsi batho ba ka njalo gore ke gone ko ditiro di ang go bonala teng ha ile gore go a go dirwa tsela ngwe e dirwa jaaka e dirwa ko Natakwa gore a jalo gore go a go hirwa batho ka dipalo tse dintsi go a go thohatsa mesepele batho ba ka kgona go tsamaya motho batho ba ta kgona go tsamaisa dithoto motho mo lehatseng ha we lebella kana we seka re lemogile jalo gore o ka re Ministry of Transport ko no ile gore the bulk of the development budget goes to it gore thousand jalo ka the rail improvement in other parts of the country o ile alo ka ditsela o ile ka seporo ko bo mosetse kwa
Kazungula.
Yes,
it's an old project, by the way.
It's a?
It's an old project.
Yes. So so definitely ha ile gore ngwe o dira kgwebo mo Botswana o ta itumella go itse jalo gore ke ka kgona gore ke romele dilo di tswa mo Gaborone di ya ko Kasane di tsamaye just one day kana dithoto tse di bokete di tsamaye ka sporo quite quickly. So from a business point of view these developments are always positive di tokahatsa kana di dira motho gore o dire kgwebo mo lehatsheng.
Ga ke itse gore go na le di gape tse o di nopotseng ba re laela gore go na le mongwe ba mo tsenya mo moyeng.
All right.
Gongwe re ka tswela re ntse re bua ka gore ba ipaakanya. Ga ke itse le gone mo dikganyeng tse tsa dithabololo kana re di bua tsa development budget go nopotseng gape se tona a neng a se bua, mme ke ne ke mo utlwa a bua gore ba goletsa squad. They are going to closely monitor all the projects to make sure gore madio a tswa a ba ikaeletseng ka tsone.
Look, I think he's effectively saying it can be business as usual. Things can be done the same way as they were done in the past. Ona bua ka PMFA as well gore ba tokahatsa gore gongwe ba kgone go monitora di project ya ka o bua ba kgone
a re tshwara pe gona re tswele teng re ba emetse gore ba re neele mo.
Okay.
Budget is created. Thank you. Hello, Sharon. Hi. As the Vice President has already alluded to, these are tough economic times that the budget is being premised on. There has been a depressed diamond market for over 18 months. And in particular, I think the financial position is what we should be speaking about, sitting in negative figures, while previously we've been sitting in positives of limited fiscal buffer should there be any crisis, disease, or any socio-economic crisis. And the most challenging thing at the moment is we don't know when diamonds will rebound, particularly because we have stockpiling at De Beers, we have stockpiling at Tsaone, we have stockpiling in the downstream and in the midstream. And, we need to ensure that we rebuild the fiscus, as has already been said.
So, Honorable, it has become apparent that from the revenue base of the country, diamonds, mineral revenues have fallen below SACU and non-mineral sources. Is the government working towards revitalizing mineral revenue to get back above SACU? What is the balancing act the government will introduce to revive this section?
Yes, this is a very crucial sector. It remains very important for balance of payments, and it remains very important for domestic revenues. And what we will be doing is working with the international market to try to resuscitate market confidence, particularly to also counter the influence of lab-grown diamonds and call them synthetics and recognize them as synthetics, but also to counter what the effects of what will be happening with the G7 node, particularly in recognizing Botswana as a node of the Kimberley process, but also working towards marketing, as I have already alluded to, as in our agreements with De Beers, going back to category marketing, but also working on provenance marketing. This will be very key to making sure that there's a rebound in market confidence. And then secondly, working on critical materials and base metal strategy will be really key to seeing that there's a resurgence of revenue in other materials. And then working on value chain addition, other than just in minerals, in mining, but value chain addition and supply chain resilience that we will be working on within mining.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
A go re etse gone o tla re itshwarela molebedi wa rona re nnile le matlhalanyana a maranyana mme re ntse re a tswelela kana o tshwara kganyeng re e buang mmogo.
Ke ga ke ga gogelwa sentono re ke die gape tse ke di lemogileng mo speeching sa
go ngapele ga o tsena mo go tsone ke lemoga gore dilo tse dintsi tsene ba di bua ke tse di tswang mo teng ga tona o buile ka go hanetsa letsatsi solar power go leka go hetha motlakase mme ebile a supa gore project are lined up a bua mahelo a le mmalwa ga ke itse gore wena o ka kgela gore mo kganyana e buang.
Yes. Re ka dumalana rotlhe re lela hatse gore go a gakamatsa gore re bo re ise re simolole go dirisa motlakase wa letsatsi as much as we can. Big opportunity for us as a country. I think it's a positive development. Ke sa tswe mo setorong selo se ko beng Gaborone sa ka re se lemogile re na le bokopano le an organization where we are help build a solar training school. So ha puso yone e tsweletse e le gore senga gore go solar e take off. On the other side rona re tshwaragalle bangwe go dira solar training school go ruta batho go tsenya solar re bile ra nna le mo dingwageng tse di hitleng ra nna ra ntse ra finance even solar projects. So definitely a welcome development, and it's a development e leng gore re le beng Gaborone re tabo re eme nokeng re lebeletse go ya pele.
Yaanong a re boele mo kganyeng e ke ne ke go e boditse ke eletsa gore o ka bolelela molebeledi wa rona ka gano ero.
Ke bona gore o tlhalositse gape le ka TVET, the Training and Vocational Education colleges a ka jalo gore di ta kgona go ruta ka bo mining, bo agriculture, artificial intelligence, hela jalo. I think definitely a welcome development. Tota ebile gongwe go ka kgona go thusa go hokotsa le thoko la ditiro ha ile gore batho ba ka empoweriwa ba rutwa. Ke bone gape a bua le ka bo revenue maximization a ka jalo gore ba lebeletse melao ya lekgetho bo VAT Act bo Income Tax Act e le gore ba senka go broadena ka ha ileng gore puso e bona madi ka teng. Se ta diragalang ka ntata seo ke gore gongwe budget deficit ya rona e ta hokotsega ha o lebella gongwe yone ya VAT jaaka ba kile ba tlhalosa ba ta senka gore gongwe ha ile gore ona le o dira kgwebo ye technology based e leng gore mo nakong ye hitleng o no sa duele VAT ba ta kgona gore yaanong ba kgona go collecta VAT. O buile gape le ka fiscal discipline and building buffers. Wa super wa tlhalosa gore go a pele di deficit tse re nang le tsone ga di ka ke tsa nna jalo ga se tsa se nnela ruri ga re ka ke ra di itlhokomolosa go ya pele go ta tlhoka gore di buffera di buildiwe le one government investment account e rebuildiwe le our foreign exchange reserves sa tlhalositseng jalo gore di go 56 billion di re ha about 7 months of cover di ta tshwanna gore di buildiwe gape di agiwe sešwa gape di boere di bona di le go bo 80 billion pula jaaka di ndikile tsa nna mo nakong e hitileng. Tota ha o e seka kgang eo akanya ha ne re ka tsena mo seemong se re leng mo go sone gompieko ha ne re ka nna le seemo se se tshwanang sa nako ya COVID a state of emergency le ha tsele tswetswe kana ra tshwana le nako ile ya bo 2008 go ra jalo gore mathata a re ka nna lone ka nna a matona tota go ra jalo gore go botlhokwa tota gore these buffers be rebuilt so that we can be able to better take stress and unforeseen shocks to our system.
O buile ka maiteko ke tsare ke ngwadi o tsene ba ke di bone gape go manifesto housing go leka gore batho ba nne le ba ka banteng tlhoko ka bontsi ja bone gore e le affordable housing jaaka na e bua ga ke tsoro se wena o ka se le ba gore a se nela ba tswana tsholohelo ya gore jaanong ba ta nna le go ba banteng tlhogo.
ha bua o re gakolotse jalo gore ba soloeditse Batswana 100,000
Yes.
houses in 5 years. E rile ha e seka-seka o kila ka jalo gore ke o ka re ke Botswana Savings Bank ka jalo gore
Yes.
e tata le bone ba tata ka tsela nngwe e leng gore ba ta kgona go
implement.
yes go agela go thusa batho go aga mantlo ke akanya gore ke so se siameng. It's part of gore batho ba tsele matshelo a rileng decent lives kana good quality lives. Se re sa se itseng ke gore re itse gore go ntse go na di backlog tsa ko bo di land board batho ba kgona go nna dingwaga tse 20 a apply-tse le hatsa sa se hiwe ga re itse gore ba go dira jang go apele gore gongwe BSB ta kgona go agela motho ntlo mme ha sena le hatse wa go ya ga kae ke sone se leng gore dilo tse tsote di tla tshwanelwa ke gore di kopane go gongwe di bereke mmogo yo a ska re ke na le madi ke a ga mmanto yo mwena ba re nna ga gona le hatse ko e leng gore batho ba ta ga teng ke dilo tse e leng gore di tla tshwanelwa gore di tsamaye mmogo di bereke mmogo
mme tota ke utile a bua Sakgwe Mathe ka dikoloto go lebega go mo tshwentse ga ke itse ka tebo ya gago mo dipalong tsa na di ha go tshwenya go le kae ka dikoloto tse di kana-kana tsa na di bua
so ha o lebelela molao wa rona wa Botswana puso e ka adima go a go 40% of GDP gompie gore go bo 24-25% go raya jalo gore there is still room to borrow more me go a tshwenya ha ile gore you have room to borrow more me ha o lebelela go madi a go ata tswang teng o bona go le o ka re go diphatsanyana there is uncertainty with diamond revenues yes o kgona go adima o tse madi we go aga sepatela hale na re mme gone wa go duela madi a o kae so there is reason to be concerned ibile ra itse gore it's almost taboo gore re o le goromente kana o le puso wa adimile madi mo setšhabeng kana mo babeeletsing o bo palelwa ke gore o ba duele re bona ka heleng gore go kgona go senya mahatse ka teng ba palelwa ke go adima go apele so yes he has reason to be concerned gore yes I may have room to borrow but I need to make sure that when I borrow I'm able to pay back the interest payments as well as the capital that I borrow from the public and other investors.
mme yaanong go na le polelo ye ya ditaemane bošeng jaana ne ruta magati go ne go kodile mo dipampiring gore puso ya Botswana e kgonne go strike a deal le badirisane ka bone DBS mme ga ke a utlwa gore ya mme tona o tsentse tshologetso ya gore jaanong go ta siama yaanong re ta bona ditemane tsa rona di simolola go tsamaya ebe gore imolola morwalo wa dikoloto
so yo re tshwanetse gore re tlhaloganye jang mathata a re na lone a ditemane gompieko a dirwa ke mo ntheng ye nngwe gore demand ko mebarakeng e rekang ditemane e tshwana bo China bo America go nnile le synthetic diamonds kana ditemane tse di diretswe di cheapi batho re bona ele gore jaanong ba simotse go reka tsone those synthetic diamonds re lemoga jalo gore go na gape le bo gold kana gauta e leng gore batho ba simotse lone go e reka go raya jalo gore e re lentswa tumalano ye e signwe go dumalanwe go bile go tisa certainty about DBS and Botswana and the diamond industry in Botswana. There are still concerns that remain with regards market issues where the diamonds are actually bought. However, indications are that by the last quarter of this year, we should start seeing a pickup in actual diamond sales. in these markets. Irle ha bua tona o tlhalositse jalo gore itsholelo ngwe ta gola ka bo 3.3%. Mme ebile ba ikaegile mo gore re bone ditemane di simolola go rekwa go apele.
Ha ke a lebelle mo ka bonye gone ka the recurrent budget
Yes.
gore ke tsa gore o nontse di nopola ka tatalano ya tsone.
Yes.
Me ke bona you know the 19% a ile ko state president.
Yes.
And wa o dumela gore sekins
o irle ha bua tona o re tlhalositse gore ke ka goreng 19% kana 12.55 billion a ile ko o tlhalositse jalo gore go na le bo Botswana Police bo Botswana Defence Force mme ebile o tlhalositse sengwe se e leng gore ke akanya gore rote Batswana re ntse re iposa ka sone gore na re ma special constable ba go nna special go ithella le a tlhalosa jalo gore go na le madi a segetsweng ka thoko gore ba tsewe ene ba bereki ba sennela ruri o tlhalositse jalo gore go na le madi a e leng gore a ya
permanent jobs
creating permanent jobs jaaka ba kile ba ikana kana ba ikaelela go dira le bo National Health Promotion Agency a tlhalosa jalo le ka bo DISS gore go tanna le madi a e leng gore a taya ko ke bona gore sana a se dira ene re ha tlhalosa gore go isiwa bokae kae a ba senka gore supetsa gore ke ka lebaka ke le madi a oketsegile ka ntata gore kana re ra hukuditse ka ntata gore re hudusitse ministry o kwa kana jang ke bona gore o re thuse tota go tlhaloganya ha dira jalo
a re be le lephata la bobedi le lesha Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education ke 17.7%. 11.68 billion.
Yes. O hai tlhalosa gona le sengwe se e leng gore re ntse re bona se le mo dipampiring go buiwa ka di temporary teachers rutwa jalo gore kana ga ba sa thole ba duelwa mo nteng engwe ga ba sa thole ba theogela
dikole gompieko ne di shota matitšhara
dikolo
ba bangwe ga tene se ba emisitse gore a ke ra kgona go duela namang le eme ko malapeng.
He mentioned the word temporary teachers. We want to anticipate that this means that these people go back into school. Ubuile jalo specifically abua ka food and textbooks. Reads jalo gore mona ko nyense nye heta go no go twa gona di buka mo dikolong dijo dia thayala mo dikolong ke akanya gore gongwe ha tsa madi a isa ko ele 11.66 billion pula maikaelelo ke gore go addressiwe kana go itebagangwe le mathata a ileng gore a ntse paretse lekalana la thuto mo dingwageng tse dintseng di heta
ke gopola Reboko ga na bua in the past ga ke tsore ke ba sena ba henya kana ke pele ona supa gore ba tshengwa ke ka bana ba jang ka teng mo dikolong gore dinabanyana tsele motho ta ba di betsa dintse hela jalo gompieno bana ba go ja breakfast ba ja le lunch tse di utwalang tse di bonala a ba re lona Batswana ke le rotloetsa gore ba mo temothuo tsama le go lema tsama le go rua le tele kgone gore ka moso ga re simolla thulaganyo ya school feeding e be le itse gore you are going to benefit ha ke tsora mme ga e ka nna jalo o ra ga ke a tsetsa batho ba go merakele ko masimo ditiro
how it's at face value it should logically it should measure ka ke buile kantele the proof of the pudding is in the eating or ha go setse go executiwa
implementation
go implementiwa go dira ga dua ka tsela e ntseng jang
Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs ke number 3
yes
a ke tsoro a o phikile dintlha tsa one
yes irile ha e tlhalosa ke ga kwa dingwaga tsele ga ke itse gore ke bogologolo boe re ne ra itse jalo gore di-clinic di ne tsaya ko central government mme ha bua tsa jeno o tlhalositse jalo gore 492 million pula is dedicated to health services within this ministry go raya jalo gore go itebagangwa le one mathata a neng a thaga gone go raya jalo gore tsa botsogo di tla kgona gore di lebelelwe through local government and traditional affairs o buile gape le ka bo dikgosi tota eo ya botsogo ke yone e leng gore it stood out for me a ntse a tswelela dira jaaka na dira a bua gore re okeditse madi mme ra okeditse ka ntata gore ya gore
le old age pension
yes le 1,400 pula wa bagodi
from le ha mme ke sa yesela gore o ka re o na tlhalosa gore ba go neela ba ntse ba le teng kana batho ba gola kgapetsa
yes
ga ke a utlwa a tlhalosa pa ba metse jaaka ne ke bone maloba minister Motshegwa le ena a intshitse gore they are going to reduce the age from 65 to 60, which means more people will be qualifying. This would be the first phase to deal with Baliba 800 to 1.4, or would it include all of them as they keep on qualifying?
Yeah, look, I think my understanding, kana ka ke tlhaloganyang ka teng, old age pension for batho ba ba over 65 le ba ba tanang over 65 mo malatsing le dikgwedi tse ditang ba go bona pension ya 1,400 pula ba eleng gore kana go hetola dingwaga go tswa go 65 to 60 it is such a major thing. I want to think the minister and the government would have mentioned it how they were going to do it. My belief ka gore ga ba you mark explicitly ke gore go ra jalo gore go ke sengwe se eleng gore re tla se bona mo nakong e tang for another day like you say.
A lebelle Ministry of Higher Education.
Yes.
Hota right hamroga Ministry of Health rather.
The Ministry of Health.
Yes. Health, yeah. 8.98 billion. As you compared to the previous financial year, when I declined here for 80 million. Mekana ibile go dira ke gone gore ba hurusitse mokgelo wa di-clinic ba o kgetse ko lephateng le lengwe batho gone ga ba ne ba lebega ba le ware di bile ba tshogile gore ditiragalo tsa looking at global politics gore mo bosheng kana re bone kwa America ba supa ba withdraw certain services. Now people were worried make it itimela gore ba Ministry of Health ba ne ba le ka go clarify, but still other services would not be there, which means the whole burden would now lie on the Ministry of Health.
Yeah, that's yes, you're quite right. The ministry tried to, or the ministry came out and told us, this is what we are seeing, this is what we are expecting. I think they found themselves in a bit of a predicament. In the last week to 2 weeks.
Yes.
Budget finalize Re Gaolathe ha bua o tlhalositse jalo gore go tanna le di mo nakong e hitileng a ke re di supplementary budget gongwe tare ha information e ntse tswa ba setse ba kgonne go lemoga gore nya se leng gore se ta go tsega gongwe ke di ARV kana go ta diragala jana go diragale jana gongwe ba ta dira a supplementary budget ba re jaanong we have a bit more clarity. We need to change the Ministry of Health's budget in this way or in that way in order for them to accommodate those changes coming out of the United States.
Ar lebelle gongwe la bohelo Ministry wa Higher Education. Gore go ya ka budget a me o bona e neetswe se se lekaneng given what it is.
So how level higher education kana ke gora gore ke gone go eleng gore ta bona bo di university di le teng bana ba sekolo at higher institutions of learning me bile gape re itse le matshwenyego a ntseng a le teng re itse jalo gore bo University of Botswana di ntse di na le mathata dipalo tsa bana ba e leng gore ba ntse ba tsewa mo dikolong tse dingwe di fokotsega. I think it's an area where if they could do more, if the budget could accommodate it, certainly they would need to consider it. Yeah.
Okay, ha re tulela ko development budget.
Yes.
Me o no se tse kile wa dira mathasedi a go akgela mo transport and infrastructure. It stands out here with the largest share of 4.31 billion. Ha ke itse no exhaustile ka kgelo mo go yone kana o no ka akgela o re re lebeletse this long list of plans by the UDC government.
Yeah, it's very long list, like you say. How level Jackar se re wile ka bo aviation projects a tlhalosa le gore airport ya Maung go lebega ba tae ba akanya ba improve the technology ya air traffic monitoring across the country. Go na le tse dingwe ke akanya gore tse dingwe banni ba Gaborone ba go di itumella o thalositse yalo ka bo Molapo crossing gore tsela eo ya go tokagadiwa a bua ka block 8 circle ke akanya gore o buile gape le ka ya airport junction. So definitely something se leng gore banni ba Gaborone ba dirisa
congestion of traffic
ba ditsela tseo ba ta se itumella jaaka o thalosa congestion ya traffic go affect the productivity ke akanya gore ga go a siama gore tsatsi le tsatsi motho a nne hour mo tseleng a tirong another hour a boa maitseboa. So definitely some interesting developments there. Tota go lemotsa ha ile go re teng in terms of infrastructure re le hatse ha ile go re thoka go tsenya madi a kalo go bo go bile go bontsha le ka ha ile gore ba bona ile priority ka teng gore o kgone go tsa a big chunk of your budget ke 23.65 billion pula in the development budget allocated to that ministry. So it's quite serious, I think.
Can't le kutlo itumela ka you are from the banking sector. Ha ke tsore ga o lebeletse budget e onore o tlhatswa pelo ke.
Look, ha ke jaaka ke le haja ko bank Gaborone ko ke berekang teng go na le batho ba eleng gore le bone ba lebeletse budget ba senka di opportunity or where are the opportunities ba senka gore where the concerns that we should be looking at where is there an opportunity for partnerships or for supporting either our clients or supporting government. Having said that, where is my biggest excitement? Uwile jalo ka solar ke se ke thausitse gore ke le helo le leng gore re na le great interest in. Uwile jalo ka kana ha o bua ka transport o bua ka go aga ditsela ke construction. Re na le di client tse eleng gore direla mo construction. So we'll be talking to them to say to them these are the opportunities. Ready yourself to take part or to participate in that. Uwile ka the PP public model, private models, definitely an area that we are interested in. Gore rona ra go supporta jang di-customer tsa rona tse e leng gore they are private entities gore di leke go to ready themselves to partner with government. Other areas as well, ha bua ka bo the revenue leakages le rona ra di lebella gore na re mme gone re le banka ke karolo ye he leng gore re ka e tshameka gore re thuse puso re thuse batswana gore re kgone go ka ba kana go addressa tsone those revenue leakages. So definitely, even after sitting through this speech, I think I see opportunity already for us operating as a bank to capitalize on this, as well as for our clients particularly to make the most out of it.
Ke ne ke le mohatona ana a tshwentse ke yone wastage.
Yes.
Mme ke ratile thata le ha tsela botswana le bega di kgaolo tse dingwe ina le thokola metsi. Mme ga ke lebella under Water Affairs and Human Settlement here, yone completion of the North-South Career 2.2, Maung Water and Sanitation, Good Hope Water Supply Scheme Phase 2.2, Moshopa Sanitation, Kanya Sanitation, and with the South Central Water Supply Scheme. And then, yeah, and other areas, Bokanye, Bobonon, Serwets, Abon, Francistown, Suwa, Khalad North, and then some parts of Gaborone. I don't know, what do you make of these water projects?
So definitely, clearly, go address le thokola batho. O setsa thalositse jalo a bua ka quality of life. Ha ile gore leta ruri hatsa gore metsi a goroga ko bathong ga ke tsora o makile ba molepolle ga ke sure. Ha ile gore o ruri hatsa gore metsi a goroga ko bathong. You are improving their quality of life.
Yes.
You are effectively giving one less thing for people to be concerned about. I mean, it is after all a human right gore o kgone go bulela pompo ya gago metsi a tswe. So definitely addressing a concern e leng gore batswana ba nnile le one mo nakong e hitileng.
Ke molemente o mosha wa UDC. Batswana ke ntse ke thorimetse dikagalo tsa bona.
Yes.
Ba ngwa ba dumela gore UDC e tshwana le BDP government. Would you agree? In terms of this particular presentation of budget and the contents therein.
Yes. So we need to study the budget in detail, and over the next few days, people are going to take budget ya ngwagola ba e beha le budget ya ngwago ba re na re mmetsone di swana jang. Se leng gore se tla tlhokala gore se diragale boeteledi pele ja ga Rre Gaolathe ka ha e leng gore ba ta execute ka teng ka ha e leng gore jaaka ba buile ka corruption ba buile ka inefficiency kana efficiency in action initiative ba buile ka revenue leakages collection of more revenue ka ha e leng gore they will execute on that ka gone ke gone ka ha e leng gore go ta ba harologanya le the previous delivery on the budget. I think it will be a case of how well or how poorly they execute on the budget and on the commitments they've made to the public that will either say they are the same or that will set them apart.
Ke re ruta tona a supa gore bata oketsa makgetho a batho ba ba amogelang go godimo. O ka re ke eng se se dileng gore a se ka a tsa
yes, so ha bua ka yone o rile ba the highest scale ha ke akanyetsa o ka re ke ba 156,000 pula gora jalo gora ke re gona le that blanket I think 13,750 plus 25% over a certain amount. That 25% now changes to 26.5%. Ke akanya gore gongwe tona ona a lebella ba re na re mme gone ha ke lebelela ka ha boturu ja botshelo bontseng ka teng ke bo mang ba eleng gore ba ka kgona motho yo eleng gore gongwe o duelwa ko tase e be le gore kore o palelwa ke go reka dijo, go reka motakase, go duela transport, a duele rente, a mme go tabo go siame gore e be le gore a ntse a na le bothata jo, e be le gore ko oketsa lekgetho ke hokotsa madi a amogelang ka 200 pula. So he looked at it, or they looked at it and said, who can be able to
Close the gap.
Close the gap or take the shock. I'm sure BURS says the numbers. They probably did a calculation and said, mo bathong ba duelwang ha ba kana ka palo ha ro oketsa ka 1.5%, re ka kgona gore re bone bokana. Similarly for corporate income tax as well.
Yes.
But okay, ha re tsholetsa from 22% to 23.5%. That 1.5% increase eta kgona gore re busetse bokae. I want to believe that's an analysis they did before they arrived at that number.
O buile gape ka phetho ya motlakase.
Yes.
Gore motlakase di tlhwatlhwa tsa one di re kgona dio o nne montsi e be re kgona re rekise elsewhere. A ke itse gore ga o lebeletse maiteko a neng a bua e ka re in the short term go ka kgontsha gore motlakase wa rona re nne le monyenyo o ele ko tlase. Ka gore te o le montsi, he spoke about the ongoing construction ya go Jindal.
Jindal, yes.
Yeah, and then others. But most importantly, solar.
Yeah, so how we level la ile nosi are maikemisetso a bone ne le gore ba hokotse tariff ka 30%.
Yes, yes.
The reality is high le gore ba hokotsa ka 30%. That 30% has to come from somewhere. It simply means they have to subsidize BPC a bit more or give BPC a bit more money. Where do they get the confidence from? Kanaba akanya gore madi a teng a go tswa kae. Ke akanya gore gongwe ha o bua ka yone solar gore gongwe re ta kgona gore re nne le motakase o montsi re kgone go rekisa konte jaaka na tlhalosa gore maikaelelo ko re hele rekisa re nne gongwe a powerhouse in the region. Ke akanya gore go raya gore o dumela gore ha re ka kgona gore re rekise gongwe go rekisa yone BPC kana ka ke yone e laolang motakase mo Botswana gongwe go ta kgoba kgontsha gore ba nne le more money and be in a position to afford to give a rebate or a subsidy to particularly to those that are really struggling to afford electricity today.
Ha re twa re ya ko motsuong ke gopola kgantle o no tshengwa le gompieno wa bua ka implementation.
Yes.
Gore ga ile gore senetona a di bua ba ka di diragatsa ka matsetseleko o bona di ka risa kae.
So tona o bua ka a new Botswana. O bua ka Botswana o ke akanyang gore gongwe Rotterdam eletse.
Yes.
Botswana o ileng gore batho ba bereka. Dilo systems work. Kore ga o di le go a tsa o mang. Ga o di le go a go tsa license kana passport. Where systems work. Botswana where the road infrastructure works. Lights, street lights work. Education at schools work or works. The healthcare system works. Remember, today we have a scenario where it's the public that's subsidizing the government. People go to private doctors and get private health care. And therefore the burden on government is reduced. People send their kids to private schools and therefore the burden on government is reduced. It's not because they want to do it. They know they will not get the right health care or the right education when they go to a public system. So we are also looking for a country where public health works, public education system works, and we are all happy to or looking forward to such a scenario. So re lebeletse ha ile gore dilo tse tsotlhe di ka kgona go diragala gongwe re ka kgona go hitella go botswaneng o ileng gore Re Gaolathe le UDC ba re mosologeditse.
Go tswa ko go nna Raede ga ba thusi le Re Raboloko go tswa ko Bank Gaborone le bakao lengwe re a le leboga nna le ntse le thodimetse go utlwa gore dikgang tse di amanang le budget 25-26 di tla hela kae ra le leboga ba gaetso.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you.